Hello and welcome to a new series of Becoming from a Beginner to Pro. This is open to any skill level, so if you're intermediate, you're a fairly decent player, you're fairly experienced with Dwarves or Warhammer in general, there is still something in this video for you. But today what we're going to be doing is covering everything to do with the Dowie and how you can best leverage them in any single way, in any single situation. I'll be covering this one from A to B and going through everything that I know about the Dwarves. You may be asking yourself, why do I have the authority to kind of talk about kind of the game in general? I have over 10,000 hours. I've played at the highest of levels. From a multiplayer perspective, I've been like within the top 5 of the ladder. From a campaign perspective, I am pretty much undefeated in the multiplayer scene in campaigns. So I know a thing or two about the game. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into it, and we're going to start off with Thorgrim. On Legendary Very Hard, if you're newer to the game or you haven't played too much, obviously that kind of difficulty wouldn't be something you would try. Always recommend going on, I would say, normal, because Dwarves, playing on easy, you'll just auto-resolve everything. You're not going to learn anything. It's not a good idea. But we're going to start off with Thorgrim, because Thorgrim is kind of like the bog-standard dwarf that's pretty much good at everything, whereas each individual dwarf has their own use cases. For example, Undrim, you want to use Slayers. He is the Slayer guy. He is the Slayer king. So, you used him for Slayers. Grombrindle is more of a quarreler kind of guy with Iron Drakes, but he also can make and buff up his melee units, so Grombrindle can play with a very traditional army of Dwarf Warriors and Quarrelers, and do very well as long as you give him the relevant Ancestor God of Valea. Thoric is heavily dependent on the Quarrelers, so you'll just do an entire army of Quarrelers for the most part with him. Malachite's a little bit different in that you go with a lot of the war machines and artillery. He's that guy with the gyrocopters, basically, the cannons, because of Grape Shot works really well with them. Belegar is very traditional from a perspective of you go with a standard bog army of Dwarf Warriors into Quarrelers and things like that. But once you start getting Caddic 8 peaks, his economy becomes insane, and he's one of the strongest legendary lords for the Dwarves from a perspective of building out a strong economy later on down the line, alongside having some incredible resistances to missile. So he's one of the best factions against ranged units, so when you're killing this pesky high elves, he is your guy for it. But yeah, that kind of like is a TLDR, so massively going towards Slayers, massively go towards trying to bolster, build your tall, and then get Caddic 8 peaks as soon as you can, but don't rush it. That's a big mistake people make. But yeah, War Machines is generally Malachai's vibe, Quarrelers, and then Grombrindle can pretty much build everything. He's not traditional to anything, but obviously with the melee defense and the leadership, he makes most things decent, like Quarrels and Iron Drakes. But like I said, he can pretty much use anything as long as you use the correct Ancestor Gods there. So we're going to play Legendary Very Hard, like you said, Thorgrim, so let's jump into it. Any questions, guys, don't hesitate to ask. Yeah, that was like a quick TLDR of the Lords, as obviously the Lords are a wee bit different. With the light of Sigmar shining upon me, indeed. Hey, Tech. Hey, Lantry. Good to see you guys. Hope you're all wonderful. For the most expected Katep, yeah, I'll do it. You need to learn how to play Sieges. What, as Dwarves specifically, or in general? But I'm happy to go through all of them. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Hope every one of you guys are doing beautiful and wonderful. It is a bank holiday Monday here in the in England, so the vibes are pretty damn good. As the ranged army, slow and steady with ranged armies. One thing that people don't necessarily understand is that if you are firing with multiple ranged units in a siege to units on walls, you're actually not increasing your DPS more than you think. Usually it's best to shoot with one unit at a time. Hey, Mr. Vaughan, good to see you, matey. What is a bank holiday? It just means it's a holiday for everybody. Anyone that is that works in corporate basically has the day off. If you work in retail, you'll probably still be working. Because the sad thing is with retail is days like today are the busiest days because everyone else is off. Because another thing, the way that sieges in general work with the walls, you've got to remember that there's a lot of staggered damage that comes through, and if things are falling over and stuff like that, it can be difficult. But also, if you knock stuff off the walls, it kills them instantly, which is one of the reasons why it's really effective. So, one really basic core concept for the Dwarves, which I think is important to kind of go through, The Dwarves specifically are very kind of unique in this specific use case, in that they get access to higher tier things a lot faster than typically other factions do, but the trade-off of that is that their growth is pretty bad. Obviously they've got the deeps, and we will go into that, but I think it is a player trap, in my personal opinion, to build the deeps very early on, because you're significantly reducing your ability to start building out your settlements towards higher tier units, whereas the deep enables you to be successful later on. This enables you to be successful now. So, thanks so much. So one of the things you got to remember, right now with what we've got available to us, growth is king. So growth, generally speaking, is the most important stat for any faction in the game currently. And the reason that growth is important is because it provides you population surpluses. Population surpluses, as you can see, allows you to upgrade your settlements. So the faster you get growth in your provinces, you can obviously use the commandments, and Thorgrim specifically makes commandments better, so you get a ton of growth really early on. So, what we're going to be doing here is going ahead and upgrading this one, and as I'm sure you can tell, going into growth is probably going to be a really good idea. But, here is the kicker. Here is one of the biggest kickers when it comes to growth. It's like, growth sounds all well and good, but if you don't have the money to allow yourself to build up, that growth is excess, right? You can't use that. So I generally do go with the diamonds, as long as you have a couple trade agreements, because you'll make a bit of money. So with the Barak Var, we'll make a good bit of bob. But
Friends of the Empire,
diplomacy is one of the key things as well. So I would section it out to, like, diplomacy is one of the more importance. So you can see I'm speaking to the wonderful Carl Franz over here. I'm going to say to him, I will declare war on this guy for money in a trade agreement. I'm never going to fight this guy. He's across the world, and it doesn't matter. But we're locking down a trade agreement nonetheless.
Come.
So I'm happy with that one. So now we've kind of covered our basis here. We want to make sure that we're going towards growth. We want to make sure that we're covering any diplomacy action that I can do early on, because it'll help us a lot. My army composition, specifically with Thorgrim, mainly revolves around the gyro bombers because they're really powerful. But hammers are also very effective with them as well. Kazarek will probably die in the first 10 turns easily, right? We should be fine. So, a couple of approaches when it comes to the dwarves that you can go down. Guilds is for your kind of, I would say, economy, whereas clan is for your inventory. Interlocking shields is probably one of the most effective things in the game, because it gives you shield wall formation that allows you to block a ton of missiles. And one of the main core concepts of the dwarves is you are quite literally standing still and kicking butt. That is your vibe. You stand still and you play front to back. And what front to back means is basically you kill whatever's in front of you. You don't really try and get sneaky with it. There are other factions like Slaanesh where you'll want to flank around and do all sorts of fancy stuff. You don't do that here. You're a traditional playing. You sit in one spot and you kill whatever comes to you. And you have ways of getting them to come to you through grudge throws and artillery and stuff like that, but we'll go into the layers of that one in the scenarios that come to us. But for now, I'll kind of show you like a typical way of doing things, because Dwarven strength comes through many different ways. For example, the Dwarf Warrior is probably one of the most effective tier 1 units in the game. Heavily armored, silver shields, and tons of melee defense. So they're a really insanely powerful unit. And what makes it even better is obviously the interlocking shields and things like that as well, the shield walls. And other variants of doing that. So, like I said, one of the reasons why dwarves are so powerful is just their ability to tank, right? They have very good units, their diversity of units are very good, and it's one of the strange factions in that if you were to be like, give me cavalry, dwarves doesn't really want cavalry because it kind of goes counterintuitive to what they play. One thing to also note, which is what I love doing, is if you've got a gyro bomber, you can press Shift 1, which is the keybind for the items on the left. I believe it's Control, I believe, or Alt on the right when you're doing casts. So you can keybind these actions. So make sure you don't group anyone but the gyrocopter in that one, otherwise it'll move to that specific group. Because if you can see here, I'm pressing G on these units, which is grouping them. So now I can press 4 or 1, 2, 3 to go towards them. Or you can go down here and you can group them here. But what I like to do is kind of group my units that I know I'm going to be using. So you can see I'm going to go for a harassing with this gyro bomber, and then we're going to kind of look for the flanks for these guys. And my correlers are protecting my front line here, so that's what we want. Gyro bombers, we don't want to be shot, so we just got to be a little bit careful. And then here is where I'll demonstrate you big uns. Yeah, they're big uns, so they don't have smoke bombs, so we can move in here. And range units are coded in the game, and you'll see here we're going to do Shift 1, Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get those bombs off. Range units in the game are coded to run away, generally speaking, from anything that is coming towards them. I'm going to use Alt and left click, as you can see here, and I'm going to position them again and hold spacebar just to see where they are. And we're going to go down another bombing run. So one of the biggest things to remember when it comes to units inside of this game is that they don't take damage when they're staggered. You see these units that are now staggered? Since they're on the floor, they're not going to take damage from anything else. So always keep that in mind when you're doing this. And you can see here, let's go to the counter charge. Let's move around. Let's get the range units on units without shields, because you can see these fellas don't actually have shields. And we can start shooting here. As long as we're moving near the archers, we can keep pressuring here. If we go for the flanks like this, I'm going to draw shift and then hold the right click down, because we can start moving them like this. And then put them in positions where I can start getting some pretty devastating flanks here, is what we're looking for. I definitely should have moved these guys in sooner, but we didn't. And we'll get the engineer plus the gyro bombers shooting onto the Lord, because that's who my main target is here. You can see that they've retreated back, so what I'm going to do is actually move forward. And then outrange the archers here by getting that shot over. Getting the flank in there, getting the flank in there. Double shoot over here. We've evaded the archers on this side, so let's get the double shots in over here as well. Tantissimo. So when it comes to Total War, oftentimes it's basically like a chess game. Just remove his melee defense and start going for some swings. It's like rock, paper, scissors for sure. Beautiful. Nice, we do the Dwarven roster. The Dwarven roster is beautiful in every way. But you can see, like, we've killed the Lord for more experience and more money. And Zenster, hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, very minimal losses. Just playing towards my strength. The key concept of like hammers and longbeards, especially the great weapon variants, they're not really a unit you want in sustained combat. You typically want to use them as more of a flanking force, but they are very effective against armored units. So, God, after doing this series, I'm now realizing kind of how much information that I'm going to have to go through for a beginner player. So armor in the game, do you guys think it'd be worthwhile explaining armor, explaining melee attack, explaining like melee defense and how everything works? How weapon strength works in combination with armor and all that kind of stuff? Because I think one thing I want to avoid is like complete informational overload, because there's a lot to go through. Should be a separate topic, yeah. Because there is a lot to go through and I don't want to scare people. But it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, you don't need to know that kind of information to do okay. I'll just auto-resolve it. It should be fine. And I'm going to go with growth, which is already there, which is good. So we're upgrading this one. We can get a Thane next level, but we'll want Dwarf Warriors. I'm sad they don't have Dwarf Warrior tier 0s anymore. It was completely overpowered, but I loved it. So Grudge against the Foul, and then we're going to go into Inspiring Presence. I will need Route Marcher to attack from here to here, so I will take that in a second, because it gives us 5% movement range. We can obviously get the increased mobility as well, which should help too. I don't believe there's anything else I can do. So I'm pretty happy with that one. We are going towards military in this way. The diamonds, excuse me, the gemstones are going to help a lot as well, because you can actually check in the trade agreement, trade tab over here, how much something's going to give you. So it's going to give me 18 per, and we make 20, which is 360. So just from this one alone, we're getting 560 gold, which is a lot. Turn 3 to get that much money is a lot.
The High King acts.
Which is the reason why I justify not going growth straight away. Because the threshold of actually getting to the population surpluses, it doesn't change that much. So I'm more than happy. But Lantry, I will happily do a Katep guide. I will play Katep if I must. But then again, I feel like the poster child of Tomb Kings is obviously Cetra. Or even Ark in the Black these days. I generally do think Ark in the Black definitely is getting up there in fan favorites, especially with how he plays. About the age of auto-resolve in battle in the early game. Well, especially the Dwarves, because their auto-resolve power is so goddamn good. Like, even Legendary, that it was as good as that. Until they fix it, they'll never fix it. I mean, the argument there is that there's something broken, and I would argue that a lot of the times, depending on what you're fighting, the auto-resolve is more than fair. Dwarves just... I honestly truly believe the auto-resolve was done with Dwarves in mind. Like, when they created the auto-resolve ability, I honestly think they were, like, just thinking of balancing it around Dwarves. And the reason I say that is because armor is really important, leadership's important, melee attack and melee defense is really important. Pretty much everything that the Dwarves have really well. In one of the upcoming interim patches. That's fair enough. I'm going to need to replace the miner unit. It's such a shame that Dwarven miners, the unit, really doesn't have a place in the game. Unless they had, like, sapping or something like that in sieges, that would be sick. That would be absolutely sick. But KPW, we'll be doing the siege on Mount Gunbad fairly soon. And I'll show you how I approach it. So I'm going to go with the staggered approach like this. Because it allows us to do better flanking. Let's go ahead and do this, Try to do that first, and then use 3. I can actually just use the gyro bombers as a really easy way of annoying them. One thing that the AIs are allowing me to do here is taking elevation. So one of the reasons why elevation is really important, guys, is that elevation can increase your damage by up to 30%. Which is crazy. It is crazy that it's that good. Generally, just moving over here is that insane. Most range is tough. Yeah, that's the interesting thing for me. Is like I'm usually the opposite. Having loads of range units is the easier for me. And Techno, thanks for follow, buddy. Yeah, usually having a lot of range units helps me a lot. Because melee units is where it's awkward because you quite literally have to fight in melee to get damage off. Whereas range enables you to kill things without taking damage. Which is one of the main core propositions of why range units are always effective. But yeah, you can see that they've enabled us to get elevation. So now in this position, these guys are going to be taking... Let me check how the elevation is. That would be like between 10 and 20% reduced damage. Because the elevation is like up to 10 meters, I believe. Is the highest amount of value. So all these guys in the front line here are taking reduced damage in melee. It's why you got to position it in very specific angles for them not to be bothered too much about the walls. Let me reduce the melee defense there. Let me do a bombing run on the archers of the back line. I'm going to keep these guys stationary. You can go around. I'm going to pad there. It just allows us to cover more of the lines here. So we're going to flank around with you. Like I said, I'm just going to move around this way. Yo, Neil Durant, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing wonderful. Let me pause the game to give you a shout, my man. Were you ratting all the time? I imagine it was a tiding. Oh, you're playing Legacy Steel and Swords. How was that? But no, thanks so much for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. Hope you're doing well. We're doing a bit of extraction. Actually, Legacy Steel and Sorcery. I don't think I've ever seen that. I hope you had a great time, man. Thank you for stopping by. Right, here we go. Let's squeeze this one. Oh yeah, a bit of a savage one. One of the things I must admit is this game does look goddamn beautiful. Nothing like some Dowie beating up some orcs. I feel like Vermintide and Darktide is basically on a similar level, like a number-wise, to Total War. Because I feel like if you're fighting against, you can't wait for 40k Total War, yeah, there's no way it's not coming in. I feel like in an average Darktide game, how many monsters and stuff do you think you kill, like enemies in general? I would argue you're probably killing thousands easily. Between 4 of you. 4,000 plus? Yeah, it is kind of nuts. And obviously playing on the highest difficulty, you go against more as well, right? But I haven't played Tide in a while. The last time I played Dark Tide was when the event of was it the Sisters or something like that? It was like a specific boss you had to kill. That was the last time I properly played. Was when the whatever that was in. And it was good fun. It was like a mini boss or something, like an event boss. And I actually had a really good time playing it. Right, here we go. Me and Az played the Epic Tournament? Yeah, we did, yeah. It was with Angie as well. Remember that. I'm trying to remember who the fourth was. He was an absolute memester and he was hilarious. I can't remember his name. It's been like 4 years since I last spoke to him. But he was a lovely guy. I don't think we cleared any maps though. We did play Dwarves. Shadurka, it was Shadurka. That guy's a legend. Really funny guy. Yeah, we played Dwarves tournament and we struggled to say the least. Because I was not playing Sienna, who's what I was used to. I was on Witch Hunter Captain. Because Angie played Sienna. Alright, beautiful. Okay. So, in this situation, right, we've done the usual El Clasico of playing the front to back. As you see, I'm now going to go and make sure that I get the route marcher because I need the movement to attack Skarsnik. Normally what I try and do is keep the momentum up as much as possible. As a generalized thing, if you are expanding rapidly, you have territory you can lose, right? Whereas if you try and build tall, yes, you'll have a better chance of defending that, but I get a lot of information by murdering stuff. One of the biggest things I always try and avoid is fighting on multiple fronts. Fighting on multiple fronts is a very scary prospect. Very scary prospect. But O'Neill, honestly, it's lovely to see you, my man. It reminds me when I did a tournament a long time ago with Bisto and Toast and people like that. And they were playing... they called themselves the Rat Slappers. And I think all of those guys went against a couple of professional players. And they actually took a game down. They actually won one. And it was great fun to watch. Right, let's go with more Dwarf Warriors. Doesn't matter if you keep winning. Valid. So yeah, since we know this is telling me there's multiple buildings here, so we want to get rid of that and put growth in there. But this is the commandment. This is what Thorgrim is so good at. 25 growth from that commandment is absolutely bonkers. And now, since I went into a route marcher, I should be able to reach this one alongside the movement speed buffs here. Skarsnik does stay in there. I'll kick his butt. I will be kicking his butt, so we'll upgrade that in 2 turns. I don't think much has changed.
And what can the Dowie do for you on this fine day?
What can the Dowie do for you on this fine day? Such no seeming your ancestors here, Dowie brethren.
I actually am going to go with that because it allows me to get beer. So the second I get to 200 Oath Gold, that's beer o'clock right there, baby.
Ready?
And the more trade agreements, the better. Although it will have diminishing returns. But one cool fact about trade agreements, the longer you've had them, the more effective they become. If you have a long-standing trade agreement, they make more money. Yo, Hank the Tank, good to see you, matey. All roads point to beer. It does for a dwarf, that's for sure. But I'm weird. I'm more of a cider guy. Don't know why. Always preferred cider. If I have to drink something, I would like if I was like given my ultimate choice. If I was out with friends drinking, I'd have a cocktail. I'm not gonna lie, boys. Yo, air sorts of dude. I would have a cocktail. No cap. I remember going to the pub with some of my mates, like a couple of years back, and they were all drinking beer and being like super manly, and I'm there with my cocktail, my Sex on the Beach cocktail. Everyone was jealous. I'll tell you that. Everyone was jealous. It was delicious. I was happily sitting there knowing that that is absolutely delicioso. see if I can make any more money. I don't think I can. I just kill Skarsnik then. Does mean that I will have to probably recruit to the Lord in this area. Can't be a Bugman's? True. So Skarsnik's actually full HP with his entire army, so I'm going to fight this one. If I was being really smart, I probably would recruit another Lord here. Ooh, I don't hate this. Local region means all my settlements. So that's a 250 cash change right there. You actually might pay off a lot. You might be paying off a lot. But there's a very specific tactic you can do to kill Skarsnik really easily, and I'll show you it. He's on Havoc 40 game mode, new hardest mode in game. Ooh. Wait, they've increased difficulty? They've added another difficulty layer to the game in Darktide? That's sick. Okay. We'll quickly wipe the floor with this garrison. Like I said, I just wanted to avoid taking any damage where possible, because it's really important not to take damage. I think, honestly, generally just going pretty wide with the bog standard approach. I don't think I need to worry at all. So I'm just going to group and lock them, and then just send them in. As I don't think there's anything really that can die to any of them. Yeah, their garrison is pretty poor, so I don't have to worry too much. It is a bit of a shame that one of my weakest units are on the flank here, but it should be fine. Sorry if you have arachnophobia. Isn't there... I'm certain there's a game that you can... It's WoW, I think. I'm pretty sure it's World of Warcraft that if you have arachnophobia, you can actually turn off spiders. If I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm almost certain that's a thing. I might be wrong, but I'm almost certain that's a thing. You can do it in multiple worlds too. How many of the homies in chat don't like spiders? You can do it in the new COD Zombies, really? Wow. That's fair play to them. You don't like spooters? I mean, snakes are also scary. I remember being at a friend's house and they had a snake and it randomly just, it went missing. And they were like, "Ah, oh, that's fine, don't worry." But there was a snake just like missing somewhere that was genuinely big enough to eat me, and I'm like, not the vibe here, not the vibe, guys. I don't like this. As an Aussie, I hate him. Yeah, it's all big. Don't blame me, mate. Not dangerous. Great thing about the UK is a lot of creatures are harmless. Yeah, same. Yeah, Babby's agreed. I don't think there's anything in the UK that can kill us. Lorenzo, thanks for following, matey. Yeah, hey Unknown, what's up, dude? I actually don't think there's anything in the UK that can actually kill us or is dangerous, really. I know Daddy Longlegs have they're really venomous, but they can't do anything with it. I'm not gonna lie though. What about rude, man? Yeah, that definitely is. I mean, if you classify it as an animal, sure. I think we're quite lucky in that we don't really have many things that can attack us or do anything back to us. Let me recruit 2 Dwarf Warriors on this side. I'm very confident I'll win this, by the way. I am very confident I can win this.
It is time.
Right. Since you dwarf play, oh nice, not unknown, nice. Okay, if you haven't gone, we were very educational at the beginning, by the way, Unknown. We went through pretty much every faction, everything about the dwarves. But I'm doing it as we go along. So, the core concept to every dwarf campaign, quite simply, you rush Axe Lord. I don't think there's any dwarf that I don't do this on. Rushing Axe Lord or rushing into the Thunderer. I don't think there's any single Dwarf Lord that I don't do this. Rushing Axe Lord for 6 melee defense, 6 melee attack, in combination with getting into Iron Readiness, Quarter Clan, is just redonkulous levels of stats. Like, there is nothing you can't fight with this kind of levels of power. Because you'll end up with Dwarf Warriors with like 60 melee defense, roughly turn 20, 30. So you don't need to transition to Longbeards for a long time.
Yes. Throw bearers. Let's march.
Got a tickle in my throat for some reason. You should start in the economy tree. Yeah, typically speaking, it's a really good like, debate with it. The dwarves' economy is already very strong. Like, if you look into this, the main value is a 10 growth across everywhere. That's insane. But then everything else apart from that, you don't really get like an insane amount of value. Like, there's not additive. You always try and rush growth. Growth rushing is the best thing to do, agreed. But you also have to be careful not to make too much growth. If you go into too much growth, you fall into the trap of that you have no money to spend. And dwarves really quickly can get that, because your armies are expensive. Dwarven inventory is not cheap. So you've got to be very careful not to overdo it. Skysick's going to come and attack me, and we'll show you guys how you can kill him here. Oh, he's got a second army as well. Second army as well, Scarce, okay? Should be fine. There's ways you can debate certain units with elevation. As, for example, Skulkers. Fanatics with the spinning loons. If you are on elevation, they can't actually move, so it just goes in the middle. It'll just, wherever they cast it, it'll stay. And generally speaking, they'll kill their own units by doing it. All I got to do is kill the Spooter. Join the corner camp. This Zulbik's exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm going to be sitting over here. Your boy is going to be sitting right here. It is such an effective strat. And then we use these units to be the bait. You know, there's an interaction. Yes, sir. Yeah, spinning loons can't move, but it can't move anywhere. And you can use Thorgrim as well to tank a lot. So here's what we've got to do. Not get blinded by the map. Annoyingly, I don't have any... On my keyboard, I have no arrow keys, because I'm using a 60% keyboard. So what I'll do, actually, is I'll go with a little bit more of an aggressive approach. So I will need space for my quarrelers. Like so. And then we'll use these guys as the fanatic layer. You're the fanatic layer. And then the miner will be the fanatic layer. Like so. Which means... Let me check the elevation. Yep, that's not... That ain't going nowhere, boys. That ain't going nowhere. And then I'm happy to sack these now. All I gotta do is kill the Spooter. If I mess up, I will lose a lot of troops, but I won't. Just don't mess up, Fivehead. Easy. Group this. Group you. Get guard mode in there, so grab them all. Press H or click down here. The AI, since there's reinforcements, it actually helps me a lot because they really derp out. They literally forget they forget how to human. I thought stacking units like that is not efficient. Will it actually work? Stacking units is the most efficient thing you can do. Do you know what? I'm actually we're gonna grab out paint for this because this is like a really important concept when it comes to how units function sometimes, right? So, imagine this. I have a unit here. This unit has 15,000 HP. It has 15k HP. Ignore how garbage my drawing is. Has 15,000 HP, right? The front row of these units are the ones being damaged, right? The ones in the back row are not being damaged. All the ones in the front are taking the damage. And if you take Dwarfs, Warriors, for example, they have 78 HP per entity, right? So very quickly they can die. But then if you go over here and you basically zoom in and you have another unit stacked on top of that and another unit stacked on top of that, all of a sudden, I'm taking damage on multiple different Dwarf Warriors, effectively sharing the load, as Samwise Gamgee would say. which means that I'm less likely to actually take significant amounts of damage in my main unit, like in my main inventory that I'm using there. So they're effectively separating the damage out, which means that I won't take entity losses that frequently. Wait, the AI's actually changed the behavior in this fight. They've gotten a lot smarter, Monka. And that's the reason why it's so effective to sit together. Wait, please tell me he's... Well, this actually could be bad if he casts on me. But I should be able to get the Spooder down. Just have to pay attention. I mean, this is definitely a bombing angle, but I'll get better value from it. This looks juicy, but it's not that juicy. It's like, this does look juicy, but it could be juicier. It's like the difference between a medium rare steak and a rare steak, you know? It can be way juicier, so I'm not going to bite just yet. I'm going to let the meat rest a wee bit. Because when it's over in my corner camp area over there, it gets even juicier, because it's guaranteed hits. Whereas this is staggered, and I can't guarantee it. And the reason the AI is behaving like this is because they're waiting on the reinforcements to get into position. The AI is basically hard-coded not to shoot me at this point, for the most part. All I got to do is make sure to move towards them and they won't shoot me. Because the AI is basically being told right here, you have to get into position, ignore everything else around you. That is what the AI gets told in this position. Okay, that is kind of low-key, that is kind of juicy. Fine, go on then. What a temptress. It's like Sinesh this, I tell you. Absolutely Sinesh to me here. Just two. Just two. That's fine. Right, let's shoot again. Let's go towards the spider. Let's get a couple more shots in there because then we can... Wait, who are you shooting? Wow, the general just came towards me and got his butt kicked. Get wrecked, nerd. Kill the spider. We don't have fire out moving, so we're going to be shooting and running and gunning. And then I can give ammunition back to my units. Are these fanatics? Yes, they are. Okay. So now I know where one of the fanatics are. I have to avoid... Okay, so both of these are fanatics. Good to know. So let's get the Spooder kill because we want to avoid terror. Really want to avoid skulkers as well.
Do not shame your ancestors, Dowie Brethren.
So now I know where the skulkers are. Killing units gives more XP. Damage. It's always based off damage. The more damage you deal, the more experience you'll get. So killing them will give you more experience. Okay, so I'm considered a large entity there, so I'm fine. Right, since we've killed you, we're fine. These are not skulkers, but these are, so let's get some shots over. I'm going to avoid the smoke bomb, so I've got to be careful here. But I'm waiting for it. I'm actually going to start pulling out a little bit. Push out here. Push out here. And then let's move back. Give the shots as well. As long as I avoid the main threat to the army, I should be chilling. And let's give them some ammunition as well. Because ammunition's balance of power, so you want to be careful. Always remember ammunition's balance of power will help you a lot. So if you see here, what's this? I think I sent Thorgrim over. Yeah, look at that. Little cheeky eye waggle. Basically, AI is basically told to, like, on impact, to throw it out. It is really sad to the levels that I know this game. Basically, the AI is hard-coded to, whenever they have a target, start throwing it out, which is, they're just killing themselves. Which is the reason why, on elevation, it's not going to push upwards, it's going to push downwards towards them. If I will heal units in battle, will the HP be healed after the battle? It depends on the entity. A single entity, yes. A, like an infantry unit, potentially no. Because you'd have to revive them. They'll only heal up to the highest heal percentage of their entity count. Say for example, if there was only 50 of these guys remaining, it'd be like 4,000 health that they'd get to, right? But now I think we've dealt with both fanatics, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, so we can probably push out. I think like a Groby they'd still do it. Oh, 100%, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong there. All I've got to do here is just push out enough, because then I can start pressuring the archers at the back line. I think a Groby would just get hella excited. And it's interesting because I've not really had to use any of the bombs properly. Normally I get thousands of kills with the gyro bomber, but the AI just kind of derped pretty hard. So I imagine these are potentially fanatics. Yeah, some of the fanatics coming back in. But if I'm not mistaken, if I charge towards this with you, it shouldn't be able to climb. Yeah, here you go, look. It's staying stationary for the most part. It can't physically climb up, and that's just elevation. Right, so let's start pushing out. Let's use the gyro bomber, and then what we're going to do is a full frontal of force with the units. I'm going to grab all my infantry and a full frontal assault and start sprinting towards them. Once I start clearing some of these up. Bombing run real quick. Beautiful. Frontal assault, move forward. Everybody move out. And now we're just taking advantage of the fact that they are severely staggered. Okay, let's move towards this. Bosh. You also get extra damage. Yeah, you get extra damage on every unit. Every unit gets damage, and you take less damage as well. Let me press 4 again to try and make them push past. I'm guild approved. Is here now. Us pushing past should help a lot. If I get the hammers onto Skarsnik, that'll be absolutely fine. Just as melee defense as well. Beautiful, boys. Yep, now all of them are retreating. Got them right where we want them, boys. Normally I'd shoot I'd be shooting Skarsnik a little bit more than I have been, but I think overall it doesn't matter really. As Skarsnik's not really known for being a infantry killer. Now that traditionally wasn't how I usually play this fight, but it worked out. Worked out nonetheless. Let's kill Skarsnik as well. Normally I use the gyro bomber a little bit more heavily to kill infantry, but he recruited a lot different units than usual. But the retreat line is there, so hopefully, I think we should be able to take him down, to be honest. So gyro bomber is one of the... I think they took out firewall moving, didn't they, on most of them? Sublius, yeah, no, I mean that is a pretty decent core of it. It's your front line is so tanky, you just need to enable your backline stuff to do damage. I don't think that spider got any value. Yeah, literally 0 value. Rank 7 Arachnarok Spider, tier 4 unit, terrifying. 0 value because the gyro bomb went... Brr. Oh, it's in the tech now? That makes sense. That makes sense. We do want to get rid of the minor unit because it doesn't really add anything to our army. But, great experience from that one. We got... I think we'll have to be a little bit careful that we don't kill him too quickly. I think I'm happy to not do that because the replenishment over the next turn will give us the majority of what we'd have gotten there. So keep in mind, when you are attacked not on your turn, when it is your turn again, you'd have healed. So you don't have to worry too much about that. So I'm not too fussed about replenishment there. I'd rather take the money and Oath Gold. I'm going to check out the quest that I've got, because I will have a quest to fight a lot of Scar 6 armies. I don't want to... Yeah, 2 more battles for the Master Rune Spite. I have actually done that and beaten him so badly that I didn't actually get that. Or I missed the opportunity to get the Rune of Spite, which is obviously no bueno. Yeah, you see my entire army is full HP, for the most part. You see that? That's why we didn't take it. I mean, that is a super easy peasy lemon squeezy fight, so I'm happy with that one as well.
The High King acts.
Rune of Spite situation. I mean, keep in mind, this is on Legendary very hard. Normally what we'd want to probably do... Aura of Endurance most likely is the best thing for me here. Anything that increases melee defense I'm always a fan of. Ammunition is balance of power, so we always want to make sure to go in as much ammunition as possible. We have a Rune of Spike now, which is big. Now my goal is to basically give Thorgrim as much HP as I can. So when you have Rune of Spite, your job now is no longer to try and do damage. It is quite literally survive as long as you can. One of the best things about Thorgrim is he has 2 lots of Blade Shield and Hard to Hit. So I can get 24 melee defense from his tech tree. And obviously with the 5 from Aura of Endurance as well. Plus we can, I believe, some of his gear gives melee defense. Yeah, another 6 from here. Another 3 from here. Another 3 from here. So, yeah, we're absolutely chilling. His gear is going to give me a lot of melee defense. So we potentially could get close to 100 melee defense.
It is time.
So I'm not going to complain.
Onward.
Yeah, I would always argue that at a tier 2, I will always build the Oath Gold building over income. Because it's like 200 versus 100 and 80. You have basically no reason to build this over trading depots. So at a tier 2, I will be building them. So let's upgrade this now, upgrade this. Because you can see my economy is kind of insane now. We're gonna go into growth, and we're gonna go into... Right, if I was hella metagaming, so I'm gonna explain this right. So normally the best thing you can do early game is gyrocopters. Gyrocopters are so insane, but since I have an engineer already and I have a gyro bomber, I don't really need any more. So the smartest play probably would be start building out some Oath Gold, because I don't really need Grudge Throwers, because I'll get them from Regiments Renown. I think you get them fairly early on as well. Yeah, level 16. So level 16 and I'm going to get Grudge Throwers, right? So I don't need to worry too much about that. But the most important thing for me now is get Oath Gold. Because Oath Gold is what's going to give me really good stuff.
For the wisdom of the layer.
Here is an interesting debate in that 4 turns and I can get this upgraded. Which I think I'm probably going to do. Or would I upgrade these for the Oath Gold buildings? I mean, if I did this, how long it'll take? 2 turns? If it was 1 turn, I'd be very tempted. I'd be very tempted. Iron Drakes is the best unit. The problem Iron Drakes suffer is their range. I agree that they're one of the best units, but what you basically need to do when you have Iron Drakes is this. You want to checker box your front line. You go with like a checker box approach, and the Iron Drakes sit here. And the Cone of Arc is throughout all of the units. And this right here means you're basically invincible. One of the best things Iron Drakes can do afterwards as well, once you've solidified your front line, just send them around the side to shoot down the line. Super effective unit. Very, very potent, but can be very susceptible to getting shot with range is the only challenge. So, how much would I need? Lack of control, interesting, is the reason why I'm minus 15. So technically I would have had this upgraded if I had the growth from tech as well. That would be pretty solid. Honestly, that would be pretty fire, I'm not gonna lie. I think we don't need any more units with Thorgrim, so I don't need to worry too much there. You're recruiting for me, so let's move over to this area. I mean, logically speaking, if I'm really greedy, I can attack both sides now.
Onward.
I feel like Thorgrim is like an absolute giga chat, so I don't need that many more units. Holy moly. Gunbad really has changed the way that this campaign functions. As my dude is just slurping these settlements up. That's okay though. So now, where my brain is going, I'm wanting to start making my economy stronger and keep up with the growth. Because Mount Gunbad is one of the best settlements to get money as well from. So these two settlements print a lot of money off. What is this clickbait title? What do you mean? I would say that the title is more than appropriate. Also, good to see him happy. When do you really need? It's normal dwarf warriors because I like to socially sell my enemies. What is it about the blasting charges? Blasting charges are only good against goblins because their HP is low. Low HP is where the blasting charges thrive because they'll do a lot of damage. But I would argue that dwarf warriors are pretty much better in every single way. Unless you're going against skulkers. Only then. If you're going against mass skulkers, then blasting charges are a lot better. But dwarf warriors are just in general better against everything else. It's just that blasting charges are good against goblins units because, like I said, they're low health.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord. A great adventure.
Oh, I should have put the quest mod on, shouldn't I?
For
you can all resolve
the potential rewards are great, so too are the perils.
Ooh, it's one turner now. It is a one turner. I'm actually quite tempted to do that then. Upgrade these. But how long? Delays 3 turns. Nah, it's not worth it. Getting a bad boy tier 3 in here is just too good, man. Yeah, getting a tier 3 is too good. We've done that now. We're fighting against that. I honestly would be half tempted to go into melee defense. Wait, there's stuff all the way over here. Lord of the Deeps functions in sieges, by the way. So we'll do that. Lord of the Deep actually functions inside of sieges. Because subterranean siege battles and subterranean set battles. What's the building for the tier 3 chain? You build the first. Slayers are pretty much useless. So generally you don't want to go down that route. I don't hate Iron Drakes, but it depends what I'm fighting. I'll break down. If I'm fighting against... if I'm going to be against, like, let's say, a lot of heavily melee-based compositions, this tree is really good. If I'm going to be fighting against a lot of ranged compositions, going down these trees are better usually. It's like fight fire with fire. So depending on what I'm fighting, is how I will interact and react towards what they're doing. But, unfortunately, like, having a Dragon Slayer for regeneration is pretty nice. But generally speaking, it doesn't help you too much. But just making sure you've got Longbeards, because Longbeards function really, really, really well in combination with stuff like Quarrelers. Thunderers are beautiful, but they are really janky in sieges. It's kind of scary. So, to summarize, I'm probably going to go down the route of Grudge Throwers. As getting myself cannons and Grudge Throwers will help me a lot.
Retake the realms.
Just found the title amusing, accurate but amusing. I don't know, I just felt like it was applicable, you know? In fairness, I've started playing Warcraft 3, and I'm watching this guy called Grubby, and he titles things very similar.
Aye, it would better our cause.
I'm going to jump over, and then we'll take these guys down. Should cut an extra lords, especially the ones who improve research rate. To increase magic item discovery. I think one of the challenges, right, Swabulous, this video/stream is going to cater towards newer players. I think me doing that doesn't really cater towards a newer player. Like, yes, I think it is effective strategy, but it definitely does not cater towards a newer player, if you know what I mean. Isn't it better to go with Dwarf Warriors until you have Iron Breakers and Thunderers to swap out Quarrels and Dwarf Warriors? It depends on your... normally you're building for your secondary army. Also, just an FYI, guys, ads are going to be kicking in on Twitch, just as an FYI. Just to get rid of pre-roll ads.
Send me to vengeance.
I would say yes and no. Yes, secondary army. No, first army. Because you've got to remember that Thorgrim has enough levels on him that he's buffed up a lot of other stuff. Ah, the annoying thing is, auto-resolving this one is so tasty because it kills the garrisons, but I'll fight it. It's a good fight. Because Dwarf Warriors, a Dwarf Warrior army tech is only good if you have experience on them, and you have the tech on them. Like the tech, experience, and skills to buff them. Otherwise, it's not worth replacing, and a secondary army is not going to have any of that. That's why transitioning is a little bit better. Mr. Happy, do you know Turin's tournament? Because I'm going to be playing in Turin's tournament. So I need to start practicing Warcraft 3. I might do it after this, I'm not sure. Alright, let's just set up over here. You don't want to shred yourself too thin. A big mistake a newer player would make here is just spreading all your units out like that. Nah. You're consolidating and basically making it so you can be attacked by more people. Which is not a good idea. Dwarves don't thrive like that. You don't go wide, you go short.
Short?
I know. I said the word.
Dwarf warriors!
Maybe the future Battlesey can invent nuke for Dowie, like Dowies are. In fairness, you could easily mod that. You could easily mod putting Ichor nukes on dwarves. Maybe I should get that on the Battlesey pack. Quick question, I don't know if Ironbreaker's shield wall is broken, because I do think that it blocks artillery damage. Feels like it doesn't. There's instruction, I don't hope. I think there's a chance to it. It's on Turin's Discord, matey. He's basically hosting a Warcraft 3 tournament for new players, like new people at Warcraft 3. I'm not sure if it's specific to streamers, but I'm pretty sure you should be able to... I think he's closed signs up, but if you're wanting to play... I can ask Turin. It depends how good you are at Warcraft 3. If you're really good, then obviously you can't play. Because you're absolutely... To put it into context, Mr. Happy, I lost against normal bots in Warcraft 3. It was an extremely humbling experience. You die to easy butts. Try to a boss 101. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Which factions are you playing, buddy? Which factions are you playing? Normally, harder factions, evil factions are very hard to play to begin with because everyone doesn't like you. Whereas if you're playing things that are like humans or dwarves or elves, a lot more factions will like you, which means you can have more friends. But we'll be going through basically a lot of information to support somebody that's newer. Oh, Slaanesh? If you're playing Slaanesh, Slaanesh is hard to play, man. Wait, are you playing this faction over here? Yeah, dude. It's like if you're playing Nikari, Nikari's hard to play because he's so squishy. You can't make mistakes. And you're in the starting area is high elves. So honestly, that is not on you, my friend. I can promise you that is a very common occurrence, as it's very hard. Like, Slaanesh is basically high risk, high reward, basically. Is how you define Slaanesh as a faction. Like, yes, they are very, very good damage dealers. Yes, they're very squishy. So if you make a mistake, if you like put them in a combat situation, they shouldn't be, and they'll just die. So I'd highly recommend playing Zhao Ming, or playing Tyrion, or playing somebody like Thorgrim's a good example, or playing somebody like Gorok. Gorok's a really good one as well. Ice Katarina. Katarina can be good. The problem with Katarina is she's surrounded by a lot of enemies as well. Katarina's really strong. Kislev Ross is really strong. But you're surrounded by a lot of enemies. So it depends if you want to build up first, or if you want to just like be strong to begin with. They suck in auto-resolve as well? Yeah, they do, don't they? Right, I'll just wait for them now. Should be fine. But no, Katarina is a really strong faction. Like she as a lord is a very powerful lord. Plus the voice actor is that who played Lazazel. And you guys gonna make fun of me of how I pronounce that one? No worries. Yeah, demon factions are just not a good one to learn with, personally. I guess King of Barbies, what difficulty are you playing on? Because the problem that I always have is I play on Legendary. I actually haven't played a single campaign in Warhammer 3 that's not Legendary. So I don't really know the imbalances with factions not on Legendary. Because I know in Legendary it's a brutal faction. Because just everything wants to kill you. But unknown, it depends on what the artillery type is. If it's like a cannon, I think it has a chance to reflect. But if it's like a what's the word? If it's like a Hellfire rocket battery, that you'll never be able to block that. I think it depends on the type. On one below legendary, very hard then. Yeah, fair. Let's get these guys to the front line as well. Let's get rid of spike action in there. And then we'll just now wait. The game didn't explain it to you. I think Warhammer 3 and Total Wars in general suffer from success from a perspective of there's a lot of information. Go Jackal, thanks for holding. There's a lot of information, but it's very hard to actually get that information across to the player. Because generally, if it explained everything, it would be information overload 100%. It'd be too much. So the balance they have to strike is trying to find a sweet balance between it all. I've never played WoW, just watched the videos. Oh, you've never played Warcraft 3? Then you could have potentially have played in it. Nice. Thorgrim will be absolutely printing off value with Rune of Spike right now. So yeah, it's a tough one, right? It's a hard one to balance, IMO. Kislev roster is very strong. Kislev roster is strong. Tutorial was good for this game. If you've done the tutorial, the prologue, 100% play Kislev. Because you already have the core concept of Kislev. So yeah, Kislev is a really good suggestion then, if you've already done the prologue. Nice, beautiful gyro bomber situation here.
Oh shit, you're just as dumb. Oh, the dummies, clone. My ancestors smile upon me, brethren. Can you say the same?
Nice. And we'll do moving runs over here as well.
Move now! Shots away!
As long as my front line is down moving out, we should be fine. Rats any good? The rats are very good. I would say Ikit or Eshin are your best bet. Look at the value. Beautiful damage value here. Alright, just chase the archers now. It's my defense. Since they're all on skirmish mode, they'll keep running away. Smile. The only problem with Skaven is that you need a lot of DLC. In my personal opinion. The Skaven roster is really bad without DLC. Maybe you guys will disagree, but I honestly think that they do suffer from the perspective of you need quite a lot of DLC, otherwise they're fairly doo-doo. Oops. I stopped chasing like a noob. Bretonnia was your first? Man, Bretonnia is such a cool faction. It's such a shame it's in like, it's not the best, it's not in a good state right now. Let's chase him down because we can fight him again. Shields only block from the front. Attila, that's a very good point. Thank you, matey. Very good point. The whole package deals for 130 with the game. It was on sale. That's a bargain. Your doo-doo, Jankov? No, you. And Chichuana, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you. Then Bretonnia get a buff? Not the best of buff. Scryer is the best. Scryer is pretty dope. I guess the annoying thing is here, KPW, is I've killed most of the garrison, so the siege is really easy. But I'll show you the concept of how I approach it anyway, even with 2 units. Most of sieging is knowing how to abuse the AI, which is really silly. Which is a shame, but it's true. Like, if you know how to abuse the AI, sieges are really trivial. Because normally, a little bit of a trap, like a player trap that often happens, that I see quite consistently, is players will try and fight a siege and fight them at their strongest instead of trying to split them up. So instead of taking advantage of the fact that you can really spread them thin, you're basically enabling them to be as powerful as possible. Instead of just splitting them as thin as possible and making it so you have advantages. Yeah, the annoying thing is here, I really want to push towards Ungrim's settlements, but maybe taking Grom Peak and then trading it to him for an alliance might help. Because if I can get alternative diplomacy with him, he'll probably confederate. So yeah, decisive low, but I promised that I would do the siege to show you how I approached it, so I won't auto-resolve. So, number one rule of sieges is as follows. The uno mas rule of sieges is as follows. Look at what is the weakest. As part of any map design, there will be a weakest point of entry for any settlement. And I will happily say there is in every single map a go-to direction you should take for every siege. There is no siege that is equal balanced across every single point of deployment. For example, let's look at here. There's only two settlements shooting. There's only two towers shooting us here. These can't attack us. Their fire of arc wouldn't be good enough if we move over here. But if we move over here, this one is all. Is this a 3er? That's not a 4. So here's not too bad either. But the way this is spread out, you would take damage in a wider arc. So not the greatest over there. Equally over here, this is 4 towers. But if you attacked over here, this actually is probably the best location to deploy because you can avoid the towers a lot faster. Over here. Yeah, not ideal territory. So over here is probably the best location to deploy because you can shoot down the ranks here as well. So if you wanted to take the advantage of your quarrelers, you can shoot from here and it will evade the majority of the wall because it will fire over. If you have thunderers and ranged and gunpowder units, just cry. They suck in sieges. The only time you can get value out of them, generally speaking, is if you climb walls with them or break the walls down. So I'm going to grab these guys and deploy over here because this is the best point of entry. What we'll do is use the gyro bomber to get them off the walls because the AI is coded to move off the walls when there's units nearby, and they don't differentiate a flying unit to a normal unit, which is silly, but it's true. Let's go ahead and group you in here. Let's go multiple ranks. So the towers themselves will shoot whatever's closest to them. Lisbon settlements, Johnny? Depends. Certain Lisbon settlements are weaker than others. There's 100% certain ones that are worse than others. That is for damn sure. So they are going to shoot whatever's closest to them. So let's get my infantry at the front line here. Move forward, and then let's take a picture of the situation. They've got archers on this side. They haven't put themselves into the wall because we have kind of gamed them a little bit by deploying all my units in this corner. The AI will try and put their units in the most equal thing possible. But you can see here the gyro bombers moving over. They're a flying unit. The range units coming off the walls. I actually might be able to get really cheeky. Hold on. Let me show you if I can get really sneaky. Depends on if the AI lets me do it or not. They're nasty stalkers, so I've got to be really careful. I'm gonna go melee mode and try and knock this guy off the wall. Let's see if I can. Doesn't look like I can. Let's move back then. You can get really cheeky if you can knock stuff like that off the walls. It is very amusing. But I might have just debated myself by going over there and getting smoke bombs, but I don't think I'll have enough DPS to kill, so it should be fine. Okay, so now what we're going to do is reposition over here, position forward, and I'm going to move over this direction like this, and then find an angle where I'll get a good shot. I'm going to look to destroy the wall instead. So, big mistake to do here is climb the walls. You want to destroy the walls instead. Challenge with climbing is it consumes a lot of fatigue, which is brutal. But if I go over here, reposition them, just have a little look-ski like this, and envision the firing arc. So anything around here will be fair game with this positioning here. So let's take the walls down. And this is one of the really unfortunate things about sieges, I would say, in that they're very poorly optimized for pathing. The pathing is really bad. I'll be straight honest with you guys. Siege pathings are really bad. Because if I climb the ladder with one unit, even if the gate's open, they'll be like, which should I climb? Which entrance should I go in? The gate that's already open or the ladder that's right next to me? I'll take the ladder. It's like, no.
It is a reckoning.
So now we're in a good position. So I'm going to start shooting the night goblins. I'm fine with that one. As long as I guard mode them with H, should be fine. Wall's getting destroyed. Nothing too much in pressure. They're coming onto the wall, which is actually kind of good. It's normal goblins, so I don't mind. I don't think it's worth shooting onto the platform, guys. So here's, can I demonstrate it real quick? It's annoying that they've come over this position, but I can demonstrate it here. Let's move here. When units like this come on the wall, what you can do is effectively put a range unit in position like this. Since the gate's down, they'll have stopped doing that, but you basically position a unit that can fire like down in a straightward arc instead of like a tower being there and you're shooting into the tower. You want the wall to be on the side and then shooting over the side of it like that, which will always lead to way better results. And so instead of going through the walls,
do not shame your ancestors, Joey brethren. This'll be a reckoning.
we're going through the front approach here. So I'm playing towards multiple victory conditions here. First victory condition, simply put, is that I have Rune of Spite. Second victory condition is I have way better inventory than they do. There is no way they'll win this. And the other thing that I'm trying to play towards is the fact that my Gyro Bomber plays well against their units being blobbed. So it's just leveraging what makes my army good and what makes their army weak against me. That is like the core concept of a siege. I know as a 100% fact, my army functions better in a blob than theirs does. Right? And I can put money on that. So, with that in mind, we've just done the Gyro Bomber run. We've pretty much broken all of them. And we're actively murdering the general here. So, with that in mind, I can actually start getting some pop shots over here. Because in the arc shots, we can shoot over, like so. We're not hitting any of the walls. And we're actually landing some pretty decent shots, so we can trickle them down. That's just understanding and knowing the limitations of that, because another really big core concept when it comes to range units is if you are firing at your max range, you're going to be really inaccurate. You are so unbelievably inaccurate, don't even bother. Your hit rate will probably be like 5 to 10%, whereas this is called, oh shoot, what's the name of it? Accuracy, it's, man, I need to watch one of my old videos. It's accuracy based, right? It is, if you are shooting closer towards you, you're more accurate, right? The further away you are, the less accurate you become. You can actually demonstrate this with artillery really easily. Most macros intensive, like anyone else. To be a dwarf tank. I mean, Bretonian cavalry these days are pretty damn tanky. Mr. Happy, gotta admit. But could 100 dwarf infantry beat a gorilla in a fight? 100%. 100%. No, there is no questions asked that 100 dwarven infantry would beat a gorilla up in a fight. Do you know how powerful dwarves are in general? Like, a dwarf could lift up a horse above their head with relative ease. Dwarves are so goddamn strong. People really underestimate how strong dwarves are sometimes. Isn't the debate like, what's he called? Eddie Hall or something like that? He determines, he was the guy that lifted 500k, right? He says 2 versions of Eddie Hall could beat up a gorilla, right? It's because they don't have far to lift it up. Mods, ban that guy. No, I'm joking. Don't be calling my dwarf, don't be calling the stunties short. But no, yeah, dwarves are very strong. Dwarves are probably arguably... You love dwarves? Why would you insult the deli? But no, they don't have very far to lift it up, but you're not wrong. And now let's move in. Reposition. Get my rangers in a good position. Do you know what? This might be a hot take, guys. This might be a really hot take, depending if you guys agree or not. I think giving Siege Attacker Tier 1, giving Siege Attacker to every Legendary Lord was a mistake. There, I said it. It was 100% one of the worst game choices they made in a long time. Not worth destroying the tower? No, not really. Look, because I'll give you an example. If I shoot this, if I shoot the tower now, it's 400 or so per volley. I mean, now I'm in a position where I can probably get away with it, but I'd rather kill the infantry. The DPS this tower is doing is minimal. Towers in this game suck. Plus, I have silver shields, so I'm more likely going to block them as well. My volleys are more effective killing the entities in the game rather than trying to fight. Because if you look at this, look. We're currently being shot by that tower. I have not taken any damage, and we're still being shot at. I'm taking 0 damage. I'm taking trickles of damage here. Not worth it. Tier 1 towers, exactly, yeah. They are not strong at all. Like, I'm really not worried about it. I would much rather put pressure onto infantry that's actually going to win me the match. So I'm playing towards... What I'm mainly playing towards here is killing enough of their units to trigger army loss bonus. That's what I'm mainly playing for. I'm playing for nothing else. Whereas, like, for me, it's like the mentality of killing towers is playing not to lose. Whereas killing your infantry is playing to win. That's how generally I look at it, if that makes sense. Because, look, yeah, the army loss bonus already. Whereas if I invested shooting the towers, I would have consumed ammunition. So if you imagine, like, the balance of power bar. So imagine the balance of power bar, right? Almost looks like a madman's ramblings here. Imagine the power balance, right? So you go here. I think I should be able to fill it in. I think this is fill in. I don't know the recent one. So that's red and it's green normally, isn't it? So the more ammunition you shoot, the more this red bar is going to go towards this side. Because you're consuming ammunition, right? The more ammunition you consume, the more you will lose balance of power. So, and what you need to make sure to do is, this green is going as far into this side as possible, because otherwise, I'm using ammunition for no reason. It's not theoretically helping my game state out, unless the battle would last a very, 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 very long time. If this battle was going to last like 10, 20 minutes and they're going to shoot me, absolutely it's worth killing them. But they wouldn't be able to. That's like one of the main core differences from my perspective. Like it's often not really, it's often overlooked that, because that's what it would be. With the gyro bomber, it'd be how many volleys? 12 volleys of ammunition. That right now, 12 ammunition is like enough to kill a lord. Like, sheesh, not worth doing. Because you got to remember as well, the longer the battle goes on, the more towers they'll build, and the more I try and focus on killing towers, the less I'm killing units. Because towers are not balance of power; they don't count or anything. Mount Gunbad has gold in there. I don't mind that at all because you can empower the guilds and get a rank up anyway. Because one of the best things about having gold in here as well, quite simply, is that it gives us money straight away. And we already built up growth here. So if you already have the minus elements and you're building growth in the minus elements, you're already building growth. You're already putting growth towards a surplus. That's how it can kill buildings very quickly, though. Walls, kind of. Towers, you got to remember that the towers have been buffed. They massively buffed towers, if you don't remember. Because one of the problems that the towers used to have was that they actually didn't apply or provide the reduced damage that they should have done. They actually didn't reduce the health. Really want to move over with this army now, but I honestly think I can probably greed. I'm going to greed a little bit here, boys. I'm going to try and leverage 2 armies at the same time. So I can use the quest battle over here to just kick it over as well. I'm going to go into Thunderer. Ancient Bloodlines level 12, right? Yeah. I refuse to recruit that unit, so I'm just going to go triple Quarreler. Unless I just...
Throw bearers! Let's march!
If I can move there, jump over. Is he in this settlement? No, he's not.
If the stunty says anything I don't like, hang it by its beard.
If I can get this settlement, I can easily trade to Ungrim for a military alliance.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink.
It's a dying battle.
Amnos mechanic, yeah, it's crazy. You've got to play towards your victory conditions.
Retake the
I'm not going to recruit anything.
Summon
We're going to start taking over the settlements here. So we used to have a Skaven neighbor. If you cancel the attack on the gate and give the orders to attack the gate again, continue to do so, the gate will break faster. Ooh, that's an interesting tech.
What?
This is one of the weird things that people always get confused at me for, is I very rarely recruit units into Thorgrim's army. Because this is one of the really frustrating things, is that your recruitment of units into Thorgrim is heavily hindered because you used to have tier 0 dwarf warriors, but you don't anymore. Do you guys... some of the OGs in the chat will remember... Damn it, he's taking Grom Peak. That's fine, though. Some of the OGs will remember that I did a head-to-head versus a Koi and Lone Master of Sotek. And I had tier 0 dwarf warriors. And it was pretty much the only reason I won that. I was playing Belegar. We were racing to Kadak 8 Peaks. It was Belegar, Queek, and... Who was third? Belegar, Queek, and Scarstick, was it? It was good times. Golden Echo emote. In fairness, I need to get more emotes to BH. Not false. I'm not going to be able to do that anytime. Gadagrim is really sick, but he just doesn't work towards my army composition. Can I jump over here? No. Oh, I can jump here, though. Hey, Zeph. I mean, the logic here now would be that I just leave Ungrim to do his own thing. Yeah, I think the logical thing that makes the most sense is just to let him do his own thing now. Ungrim has done some bloody good work. I can confederate him at any point as well.
Ready?
So, logic dictates then we both move towards south.
Come.
Looks Barrett's chilling. I mean, with Ungrim being as successful as he has been, I might as well just leave him to it. You know? No loss, no Oscar challenge when? Mr. Happy, do you know what's really sad about that campaign that I did? It's not hard at all in the game now. Like, they have made Tunnel War too easy in my opinion, because they're catering towards newer players. I don't think there's anybody in here. Military presence of 6, what's the likelihood they're in here?
Time for a reckoning.
Very slim. Let me sprint over them.
It will better our cause.
I think logically I should grab another Lord. We could have a Demon Slayer for Siege Attacker, but not needed because we can just change it in. A Rune Lord probably would help a lot, actually.
Rune Lord. Getting out of here.
I'm a Rune Lord, not some Smith.
Good.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Shame we didn't get the easy access to...
You are welcome here.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get the easy access to confederating him. Because if we got Grom Peak, he's really fast at taking them now. You can really learn requirements going forwards. That is a very good point, but the challenge there is having... what do you mean these ones over here? The Blasted Wasters, Attila. That does sound like a pretty good idea, honestly. But then again, yeah, because it's dependent on the factions around you, doesn't it? It does depend on the factions around you.
To vengeance.
I had to lose that campaign, yeah.
Throne bearers.
Warhammer 2 was so hard, played it already, it took me a few attempts. In fairness, Khalid is still hard to this day.
Yes.
Khalid is actually a unique one in that Khalid is actually not that easy to play now.
My king acts.
Do you know what? I'm actually half tempted to try that out because I have not actually played it out like that before. Let me reload the save. I'm gonna play out and say go with Attila's suggestion of taking these elements out. I think it's probably a good idea. I think it'd be interesting to see how it plays out. Because if you didn't know, it's actually a really interesting concept of it. The way that dwarves function is imagine your settlements. Like, imagine this circle is where all your settlements are, right? The grudges scale off of the enemies that are near you. So imagine in the second circle around here, you're surrounded by enemies all around here. Your grudges will scale up a ton because of the fact that you're surrounded by enemies all around you. Whereas if you reduce the amount of enemies near you to only be like this subsection around here, the grudges can only scale with this area of enemies. And the rest of this is fine. So yeah, it's a really interesting concept actually.
The High King acts.
I like the idea of it to bitch. Because yeah, if I can jump over to... I would need thingy though. Yeah, Katep. Yeah, Katep is a hard one. I think I would jump over here then. I deadass don't think I need any more units, that's the crazy thing.
My axe thirsts for war.
And this guy's gonna be more than fine by himself. Will it go to tier 3? Even if we get attacked, Kazakharak's garrison's insanely good as well.
To war.
Shame my public squad is so bad. Maybe the beer building might have been better.
Throne bearers. Let's march.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way to play it out, actually. Because I've never, like... The way I usually play is just to be as dumb and aggressive as possible. I guess the grudges don't matter too much, but I think it'd probably cater more towards a newer player. Because I usually can get 100%, but I know they've changed the mechanics of how it calculates it quite a lot. The way they calculate it has changed quite a lot. And yeah, you're right, Attila. Yeah, normally you do get attacked by Tretch pretty consistently. He'll normally attack the settlement that's bordering his armies. This one right here. Because he's here.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
So logically, I should go over here and kill him.
The High King moves.
I guess what we could do is just murder south at the same direction. Because a really crappy assault over here, I won't need a big army. A couple dwarf warriors will be fine. Like, the power level that dwarves have is crazy. Like, this army alone will take on an army of 20 if it's used properly. I'm gonna have to do the quest battle with Borgrim now, so I gotta be fairly careful. Because I'll need the money. Because here I'm getting to the similar situation I described earlier. In that I've got growth, but I'm going to struggle to upgrade things.
For the wisdom of the layer.
I've got the growth, but I might not have the monies. Show me the money. We'll have to wait and see. As I don't believe Gunbad will be anywhere near. He might be sitting in Black Crag though. But that's a 2-turner to get to me anyway. So it'd be a yoink and leg it. Honestly, it might not be a terrible idea to go into the blue tree to get the underway reduction of spin spotted. I generally don't hate that idea. But then again, it's one of those things where why run when you can kill with a better army? Okay, so logic dictates here that I will play towards confederating Ungrim through the book. And we kill everything around us. But it'd be a case where I'd have to move south like this and meet up over here. But then that means I'm going to fight Queek as well. So, here's one of the interesting factors when it comes to how my decision making here as Thorgrim, as most dwarves as well. Most dwarves are surrounded by evil factions, right? So if you take a zoom out, down here is Skaven. There's a lot of Skaven down here. And there's a lot of Skaven over here as well. So this is Queek and this is Tretch. This one is Gunbad. So I'm usually really good against greenskins. I would say dwarves, typically speaking, counter the greenskins. But Skaven have ways of countering the dwarves quite considerably. The weapons teams are pretty brutal. But I'm gonna go ahead and play towards the south. Armies like this I'm not bothered with, but it's a warlock engineer, which is unfortunate, which means I'm gonna take a lot of damage. But dwarves have decent spell resist.
Time for a reckoning.
I'm gonna hope. Does this have a military building in it? It does have a military. It's got 2 military buildings in it. I might be able to get dwarf warriors then. Let me check if he's at war with anybody. No, he's not. I was gonna say if he's at war with anyone, I can actually declare war on him through them for money.
Onward. Let us set.
Loot and Occupy is not worth it because I'll get a rebellion. And like I said, I saw there's a military building in there, so I'm going to get the military recruitment now. So I said the Dwarf Warriors in there. Inspiring Presence to go into Axe Lord. Although the other angle is I could go into full armor and hard to hit and just use the Rune of Spite on him because you can swap it across. Am I dumb enough to attack him just off the rip? Am I that confident I can beat him just off the rip? I'm in a underway stance, so I'm less likely to be ambushed, right? Minus 25%. If I click on this guy as well and hover over the territory. Ooh, a 70% ambush chance, though. That's not worth risking. You see that? You can always look at the terrain to see what the ambush chance is. So we know that ambush stance is minus 15. This is minus 25. So that's a 30% chance to be ambushed, which is actually still quite high. If I get ambushed, I'm just dead. If I don't get ambushed, so I'm basically rolling a 1 in 3. And from consistency's sake, it's probably not a good idea to force a 1 in 3. So I will say no thank you to that one. I will say please and thank you.
Yes.
We want to get towards where we'll actually start getting some units here as well.
I need to stretch my legs.
Oh, you want to do the cool underdog? I don't blame you. I think Thorgrim is probably the most thematical dwarf in the game because you can play any dwarf unit. Whereas other dwarf lords, like Ungrim, you have to play Slayers really. You know, stuff like Thoric, you have to play Quarrelers. We don't have to, but it's silly not to because of the buffs, right? So that's like one of the reasons why I like him a lot. No thank you, because I don't have a Rune of Spite. If I had a Rune of Spite, I'd have taken that. Cataclysm almost killed Queek in Beta AI. Really? God damn. That must have been the randomly RNG faction. Because randomly factions get buffs. The game, at the very beginning of it, randomly associates and assigns more strength to certain factions. Grumbrindle seems similar. I agree. I agree.
Be sure to put your...
For the wisdom of the way.
I'm going to go into another defense here. Can I build the unbreakable thing? It'll be a banner our own. Where is the unbreakable thing? Here it is. I can't build it yet. So I technically could build... There's a really cheesy thing you can do.
I need to stretch my legs.
Does the faction get weaker if we ally them in higher difficulty? So, here's actually a really interesting debate around it that you might not know. Factions become weaker when you discover them. Which is surprising. That factions become weaker when you discover them. So, when you ally them, you innately make them weaker when you discover them on the map. That's why, generally speaking, if you don't have... Like, when it comes to, like, how much weaker, it's not that much weaker. But they lose the auto-resolve bonuses. What is the element of weakness is they lose the auto-resolve bonus. So they will no longer have auto-resolve bonuses in auto-resolve. Alright, let me see how I can cook here. Is there any way I can get Oath Gold? That's dumb. I agree it is dumb, but it's just the way it's always worked. Fog of War keeps most of them alive, 100%. It's just the way the game's always worked. It's to make it so the logic behind it was that factions that you can't see can still get stronger. That was the entire logic around it, that a faction that is nearby can be stronger. I'm going to declare war on treacheries, guys. Should be getting a bit of a bob. 800, we'll take that. Might as well always check to see if you can get free money for fighting somebody. That's a freebie fight. Might fight that. But now I'm a little bit worried about the territory over here, but this is the reason why I never upgrade minor settlements. I never upgrade minor settlements because there's no point. I'm probably going to go into a bit of fizzy resist, do I? Nah, I made the magic attacks.
Retake the realms.
That army alone is going to be fine. Right now, the logic here is, if I had... How much Oath Gold do I need? It's 500, isn't it? Man, if I had Iron Lords tanked, it'd be so good. I'm still going to send it, though. Are you guys silly? I'm still going to send it. Let's give him this. Give him that. Give him a bit of that. I'm not going to give him this because Terror actually is a counter strategy to the Rune of Spite. Which sounds weird, but it really is. Will be a melee defense bad boy in here, 12. So, here is the ultimate debate, right? What do you guys think is more overpowered? Melee defense or melee attack? What would you generally say is stronger? Melee defense or melee attack? I'm asking to you wonderful folks in the chat. What do you consider more overpowered? Defense or attack? Defense, defense, death, defense. The longer you live, the longer you kill. I mean, yeah, it's a completely solid synopsis. It's true. Melee defense is always significantly better because the difference between melee defense and melee attack is, look at this as well. You have a rune that gives you 25 melee attack, and you've got a rune that gives you 12 melee defense. Like, come on. It's basically saying it's twice as effective, effectively. But then again, dwarves used to be able to get a lot of health as well. But the logic behind melee defense is, if you read it, this determines the chance of a unit being hit whilst in melee. You effectively do not get hit at all with melee defense. The higher melee defense, the less likely you are of being hit. Anything. Whereas melee attack is just simply giving you a higher chance of attacking. Whereas if you simulate a fight over a long period of time, having a lot of melee attack, having normal amounts of melee attack, you'll hit eventually. So mitigation is more effective than doing damage. What is better, physical resistance or melee defense, and why? That's a really good question. Physical resistance is post being hit, right? The value it gives you is when you've been hit already. Physical resistance is better than melee defense when you're being shot with range, and that's it. Because physical resistance, as long as it's not a magical attack, will actually provide mitigation. Whereas melee defense doesn't do anything against ranged. Wow, look at that. That's winnable auto resolve. This is the reason why dwarves are so disgustingly overpowered. But can I simulate the same results by doing it myself? I mean, with the rune of law, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it'd be the same outcome. But Dowie is so good. I really need more Oath Gold.
Let us begin.
Ooh, crap.
Shoggoth.
Less is thee about this.
My axe thirsts for war.
Alright, so we have to deal with him. We're getting ourselves in a little bit of bother now. Oh, he's Confederated fight back to fighter, but you can do that. I think you can do that turn 1. I don't think he can attack me here. I think the furthest he could probably go is here. I don't have enough Oath Gold, that sucks. We need 8 more Oath Gold to unlock that.
One rug.
The sooner we get it, the better as well. Can I beat the quest battle
Got Ben.
with this army? What do you guys think?
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
Hey, Boss Canary. Yeah, it should be fine. Probably ill-advised. So melee defense will always be more impactful than any resistances or actual situations where you take resistance. It's literally just if you're being attacked by ranged. But then shields are more effective, right? Anything that gives mitigation is better. Captures in the battle increases Earth Gold. Yep, should do. Can you explain ward save in all my years of playing the games? Never understood how it works. Ward save effectively reduces the damage against anything. So if you have any percentage of ward save, 10% of ward save, you will take a flat 10% reduction of everything. 20%, 20% reduction. 30%, 30% reduction. Up to 90. The highest amount of resistance you can get is 90, isn't it? What do you think of the greenskin changes from 6.0? They're worse to play now with the low replenishment. I think they've taken away elements of their strength and integrated it into others. I think the challenge I always have with greenskins is they're not a replayable faction for me personally. Like I always have a really good. I have a lot of fun playing greenskins once, and then I get bored for a while, and I'll go back to them. It's just they don't play towards a faction akin to like replayability or because their strength is unique in that you just run at stuff. Same with Corn.
And we'll not take it up again until victory is secured here. I do this in the knowledge
Don't give response. I haven't checked Discord.
will soon be corpses scattering the battlefield.
But I think they increased the cost of certain things. Yeah, it was not ideal. Just ward save is better than missile resistance or magical. Yes, because it reduces it against everything. Whereas physical resistance reduces the damage taken by physical, but not magical. Magical resistance or spell resistance only works against spells. Right, I think if I'm not mistaken, I had a way to cheese this. Damn it, I didn't give Thorgrim the Rid of Spite. Should have done. If I'm not mistaken, I have a way to do this really easily. Box up.
Move now! Yes! Strike out!
There we go. Go into the trees to avoid doom. Then we run towards them and just shoot them. I need the engineer as well. As long as I move close enough to them, it should be fine. What the hell's that?
Right fast! Move now! Charge! Plow through! Nothing can stop us!
Go.
The might
As long as I've got stalkers.
Move! Strike out! Kazakan, Kazakin, ha! Plow through!
I'm going to turn around and move towards them, it's fine.
Nothing can stop us! Move now! Move!
Go. step up as well. Get towards the minimum range of engagement. Run towards the Doom Divers. I'm not going to die anytime soon, so we'll be fine. I think the... where'd the Shamans go? Guys, am I blind? Where'd the Shamans go? Did they run to the trees? Oh, they're here. Wow, you are sneaky. Ah, damn, you're sneaky. I've killed a priest. Right, you're routed. Goodbye. Run towards this side, run towards this side. Turn around and shoot them. Just need to rout them, so we can do that quite quickly with the amount of burst that comes out. No, I think that mod's actually really good, happy from what I remember. I'm really annoyed at myself for not giving Thorgrim bloody Rude of Spite. It would have made my life so much easier. I'm going to pull the archers down this way. And it should help a lot. And we move back around. You're already routed. Let me move to the right. As long as I'm moving like this, it should be fine. I'm going to do a quick bombing run over here, and then bombing run forward towards that as well. Alright, prepare the bombing run. Separate out as much as possible. Good. Prepare the bombing run. Get a shot on these guys because we're close by. Kill the archers. I think I've routed this guy, so I don't need to worry about him. I just really need to push past them.
Nothing can stop us! Shoot!
There we go. Got another bombing run incoming. Beautiful bomber. Blasting charges there. Get some shots on the Grubits again. Another beautiful... Holy moly, these guys are popping off. Which means we have to push up for the range now. Here we go. Playing towards that victory condition, baby. We'll do a bombing run over here and we're chilling. Not quite as smooth as the approach because I didn't have the Stupid didn't have Ruinous Fight on, but we made it work nonetheless.
Will do. Anu. Understood, Lord. Fire! Reload! Fire!
Engineer back.
That'll do.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
For the ancestor gods.
Beautiful. That's routed another one in a second. Bosh, routed.
Yes, laddie.
Go towards the flanks. Looking towards the next goblin, because this is my victory objective here.
No shoddy contraptions here. Stuff.
So regardless of the fact there's a crap load of threats here, we're fine. Okay, there's another one. I think the Shaman's the one that's not routed. If I'm not mistaken.
Gyro bomber. It is a reckoning.
Get him routed real quick, and we're good to go. Pretty confident we can just stay stationary for a second. There we go. Boom. Jobs are good un. And the jobs are good un, boys. That's the objective finished. Don't have to bother killing all those buggers. That Hex a little campaign yesterday, 1050 or so, and the Skulltaker guy has killed the entire Bloodshit. Yep, makes sense. Skulltaker is insane. All you gotta do is play towards your victory condition. So the reason why I played the way I did was I lured the archers further towards where my inventory was going to be placed. It allowed me to get an insane blasting charge on a lot of their archers, which then freed up my gyro bomber to just shoot freely. What is better, longbeards with great weapons, hammers or iron breakers? Iron breakers 9 times out of 10. I would say hammers. The value proposition of each of those. Longbeards with great weapons are way worse than hammers in every way. For pretty much most of the reason. Hammers were changed to actually have less splash. So hammers are better at killing elite infantry, whereas great beards are better at killing lower tier infantry. Because their splash targets are different. Right, needed to get that for the oath gold and the money. And they have magical attacks too, agreed, but they only, I mean, I would say generally speaking, the magical attacks don't do too much. Because, like, against a demon unit, they would trade badly anyway. And the reason why I'd say they would trade badly is because it's just basically squishy versus squishy, right? Sit back in your settlement, lad. Now call to climb into interlocking shields, which is big. Mine's wounded too, and Skulltaker is a real pain. It is crazy to me how strong Skulltaker has become. Hey, Fitz, good to see you, handsome. How was your Star Warsing?
Time for a reckoning.
How'd your Star Wars go, Fitz? I am going to be looking towards upgrading the deeps now. I think the deeps... Actually, no, if you're building really tall, the deeps has a lot of value. The deeps generally has so much value if you're building really tall. I'm tempted to upgrade this. Yeah, I'm going to upgrade these now. We're going to start with the high place because it's more protected against the pesky Tretch. One level away from getting some nice units as well. I actually might play Mazdamundi soon. I actually am a big fan of Mazdamundi. I think he's cool. I was watching Sotek in a tournament recently, and he played so well. My guy knows his Lisbon really well. He was taking down some very, very good players. Alright, Gunbad's come over now. I don't think I can win that. Because I don't have the Unbreakable Rune. So it might be a case of just legging it and then bringing Thoric back, or getting another unit here to recruit and then match up double units. I think logically that's the best choice, because then they'll take this, and we'll recruit here for 2 units. That's fine. Really nice melee defense though here. Yeah, old Manzillo, good to see you, matey. Hope you're doing well.
For the wisdom of
Use the garrison. The garrison's really bad, it's still weakened.
Shoggoth. Summon me.
I mean, if I think about it, let me do some calculations.
To war.
This might be winnable. If I had the Unbreakable Rune, it would be winnable. Generally, I think if I had the Unbreakable Rune, it would be winnable. How's that winnable? If I stacked all my units up, I don't think you'd be able to beat me. As long as there's trees and I can stack all my units, I'd beat him. Because in trees, Gunbad's a large entity, so he'll be even worse. Hey, Dave, good to see you, mate.
My axe thirsts for war.
Hold on, let me check something. What's the next quest battle? Who's it against?
March.
Oh, it's this one. This is actually quite hard.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
And that ambush stance behind settlement. Ambush stance actually wouldn't help me too much. I don't think I'd want to be in an ambush. Even if I ambushed, I don't think it'd help. Alright, let me try this tech out. Let me try this tech. Let me try and do this one. So I need more oath gold. Oh, it's this one. Oh, I can't win this then. Ain't no way. No, I'm not winning that.
Ready?
I remember what that quest battle is. That is actually a hard-ass quest battle, I'm not gonna lie.
No way.
Yeah, even with Rune of Spite. Rune of Spite's countered by regeneration, and it's just an army of trolls. I forgot what the army was.
Die.
So I think it's a delay one
For
turn.
the wisdom of the layer.
I can't underway, but I can force march away.
My axe thirsts for war.
And then we can recruit a guy over here. It would need to be a Demon Slayer to kill him. Actually, how much armor does he have? 100? Nah, Demon Slayer's that useful then. Let's go with the normal Wolf Lord. Wealthy? No, garbage. Both not ideal, but we'll take them. Upgrading soon.
Time for a reckoning.
We are regenerating, so it should be okay. I'm fine.
Send me to vengeance.
We'll
Yes.
take that out. Upgrade this now as well. Mate, our economy's gonna get so good. Trade this away? No Thane?
Summon me.
Yeah,
if you
valid point.
dare.
I should get a Thane. Oh my god, he's got Grungni as well.
Yes.
We'll have a minus 30% construction cost. You can actually make it free. If you have enough of these, you can make it free. Can I trade this?
Dowie from another hold arrive. 'Tis a great day.
I don't think there's anybody I can trade this to.
10 words.
I mean, ironically, I could
That's
probably
all
trade
you
this
get
back to him. Because his settlement would be worth a lot. Yeah, it's worth almost 70. That's crazy. Who could take this?
Speak. If the stunty says anything I don't like.
I feel like there's something I can trade. I wish it would give me the option of...
If the stunty says anything I don't
Ooh,
like.
Mount Silver Spear. Is
hang
this
it
one?
by its beard.
No, I don't want to trade that. Where is Mount Silver Spear? Oh yeah, that one. I wish I could see who I could trade character on with.
Master.
I don't think there's anybody.
You are the
So I would get a lot for it. I would get a lot for it. Yeah, looks like there's no one that would take it. That's a shame. Oh no, good luck for your interview, dude.
My axe
Is
thirsts for
recruiting
war.
Rune Lords worth? Generally speaking, no, because they don't facilitate what you typically want as in a Lord, and that's just someone that can tank. Because the stat line differential is huge. Like 50-60 for a standard Lord is insane. With 120 armor and a silver shield, bonkers. It's a shame where we shame our ancestors.
Do not shame your ancestors, Dwarven.
No, we never shame our ancestors here, you know that. And thanks for the follow, by the way, guys. Because I'd rather just use Rune of Spite. Shame I can't trade off Karagdron though. What's the crack here then? Ah, I forgot to give bloody Thoric his thing. Oh, I forgot to give Thoric his Rune of Spite again. I'm really big noob at this. Right. What magic do they have? Ooh. I mean, as long as I killed this guy, we're chilling. Does he have Howling Gale? Oh, he does. How many summons? 6. This actually could be quite difficult. That is wild to me. Auto-resolve is that free. I mean, let's play it in our head. We blob. We use the gyro bomber to kill the Lord. And we just use the gyro bomber to kill Chaff. I need to give Rune of Spite back. I'm really silly. I can't believe. I can't believe it. Right. Hey, Dodo. Has it fully cut off? Wait, what's the cut off of it?
Every grudge
Hey Espen, welcome back, much love to you.
For the ancestors!
I think we're going to be playing just a bit of a front to back situation here.
It is a reckoning!
Over or under? Hey Niski, over or under Gyros this battle? 850? Probably more than that. Like, let's place a bet, guys. How many kills do you think the Gyro Bomber is going to get?
Hammerers!
I'm going to guess in the 2000s.
Warriors! Yes!
If I'm going to guess, it'll be in the 2000s.
Vengeance! Begin!
Potentially even more, to be honest.
Miners!
Like, genuinely potentially more.
Quarrelers! For the ancestors!
Really? Oh my goodness.
Oh, have wronged us!
2,380. Wow, that is very specific. I like that.
Die bomb!
Alright,
It is an order! Pay back!
maybe it was intentional, Dodo. Who knows? Maybe I crunched the numbers and that's intentional. I do actually have to be careful with Howling Gale. Spawning units. I don't think that matters. It should just. I think they just should rout straight away. Let's take that off. Let's take fire at will off there.
Nothing can stop us! Range far! Range fast!
And let's take fire at will with you. Don't mind accurate, man. I just have to be so careful because all the range. I could easily die with Howling Gale and just everyone just shooting me. But I can't let that guy get near my inventory. And I have to be closer to kill him. I have to be so much closer. How smart is the AI going to be, do you think, guys? Oh, there's no way, that's some blobbage. So, there's an awful lot of units in the battlefield currently. And the unfortunate thing for me here is, I have to make sure that guy, this guy right here, dies, otherwise I'm boned. Yep. If he Howling Gales me, I'm just doomed here, so I gotta be careful. I'm not... Oh, he's staggering me as well, it's not ideal. Right, let's not play too aggressive here. Let's tighten the box up as well, as it doesn't need to be that open. Let me go for another attack here. They're using all the summons in really, really inefficient places, so I'm not too bothered about that.
Strike out!
There's a couple Skaven Slave Slingers.
Understood, Lord!
Like, it's one of those really unfortunate things where I need to be, like, genuinely on top of them. Otherwise I miss so much. I don't think I would die even with the Howling Gale cast here. But the Gyro Bombers need to low-key lock in here. They are missing so much. What's the calculation when it comes to intercepting? Yeah, it's honestly the intercept mechanic is a very strange one. I would say
We are relentless. Nothing can stop
it's not
us.
similar to ambushing as far as I'm aware.
Range far, range fast.
I don't know if they've ever released any information around that intercepting.
Aye.
But I know you can have increased percentage chances of doing it and decreasing it, like through tech and stuff. So I think it would be potentially similar to an ambush. But I really wish I had the healing thing that the item that heals artillery, and that I was playing Malachi to get it. Do you know what? I'm gonna be going. Yeah, I'm gonna go even cheesier here.
War of vengeance.
I'm genuinely gonna make the box
Strike out.
as small as I'm physically allowed to.
Move. Move now. Strike out. Plow through. Move now. Nothing can stop us. Shield Baron. Oh.
As I honestly think
Killers.
that is the way to win this. I'm gonna get a bit cheeky with it. And pray he doesn't Hellengale me. Because the closer I am, the more damage I can do. I can't afford to lose any entities though. Because any entities lost means I can't use all the 11 of them, so I gotta run now. Dude, even slingers can be deadly, man. Crazy. I can't afford to use them anymore. Let's box these boys up. Really wanted to get him killed beforehand. I mean, I honestly don't think just setting my inventory out would have been a terrible idea, to be honest. I don't think any of these hits are going to land. Yeah, you really need to be on top of them. He's going to get some really tasty casts, which is the scary thing. So I don't think the AI will focus Thorgrim. Ooh, getting the engineer out is probably not a terrible idea.
Nothing can stop us.
My god, there's so goddamn many of them. What I'm hoping is that me moving towards them with Thorgrim is going to cause them to continuously keep running away, so I get free shots here. Here we go. The AI's been a little derpy, which is what we need. If I get a route on here, this is big. Yeah, this guy dying is huge. Now I can actually, I can generally play tall. I can sit in one position if this guy dies. Okay, we're protective enough. Perfect. Right, that's the win con. Right, bob it out now. Only challenge is they're going to retreat from the battlefield and not many of them are going to die. That's the only problem I'm going to have. Let's chuck in ammunition. And this guy's going to go reserves. You're going to go in reserve now. And you're going to chillax. Thorgrim equally. Man, if we had Wrath of Ruin and Rune of Spite. Yeah, this is normally what the AI does, is they completely go for the surround, as you can see. I want to avoid taking any entity losses on the Gyro Bombers, because they'll heal to full health at the end of the battle if not. That's the reason why I want to make sure these guys are stacked up. Let's get fire at will now. I'm going to reposition the bombers so we can get better shots off when there's more inventory. I'm going to stop you shooting. I'm going to press backspace on that one. I'm going to go even further back. And get ready for an actual proper bombing run. I'm going to do a full, the first rotation of bombs into the front line. I think I should be able to do that. And then a bombing run's going to come out for this. I'm going to shoot the slingers. Thankfully, there's not that many range units, which is really advantageous for me. One thing before I forget, let's get them all guard moded, which they are, which is good. Right. So, what I'm hoping for is, yeah, beautiful blobs now. I think they'll actually make it even more egregious with more of them coming in. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Actually, the wide formation is probably going to be better now. So wide formation right here. Drop that down there. Hey, Pico. Blue Horror is the best unit. Blue Horrors are pretty cool. How many kills? Not that many, surprisingly. Clearly they have too much health for the moment. There we go, there. Kills stacking up. Move back slightly. Oh my goodness, here we go. Here's where they stack up. My god, my computer is struggling. I'm actually getting a lot less kills than I expected because they're routing too quickly before they die. They're running before they die. Ouch. dare they? It is a beautiful sight, though. I think if I had Rune of Spite, it'd have helped a lot. Oops! I just bombed the crap out my own units then. Here we go. Yeah, I know. Surprisingly, they've ran. I guess not too surprisingly. They ran really quickly. Hey, Savano. Despite playing with my game has way too many frames for me to keep up. How do I go slide mode? Like the slideshow mode, like the pros. Crank up the graphics and ultra unit size and create it, you know, and then fight against 10,000 Skaven. That'll do it. Dude, with Rune of Spite, Thorgrim would have done like 100,000 damage.
Preparing bombing run.
Hey, that's like indeed. I'm looking at it, they don't have nukes. I agree. My entire army would have been dead by now.
Shoot!
766 kills is so low. Compared to where I thought I was going to be. Because yeah, I guess we just didn't do enough damage to them. And you can't really break through this. Oh god, the mass bodies of Skaven everywhere. Skaven bodies cover the battlefield, or litter the battlefield. You don't need walls if you're stacking up rats. I mean, dead ass, that's like, what's it called? In 300, what they did to the Persians. They just stacked enough Persians in a wall and used them as a defensive line. Which is pretty gangster if you think about it. It's sad that Leonidas knew that he had to go and fight and die for the Greek people to understand the threat that Persia was. What a chap, though. Wow, a lot of the range units were actually in the garrison, which is quite fortunate for me.
Dwarf warriors! Quarrelers!
Oh my god. The amount of corpses littering the battlefield is messing my FPS up. My FPS is not happy with me. Well, I gotta be very careful, but Stormvermins will get crushed by hammers. As long as I debuff them. And I agree, it would be quite interesting to see if how that would have an adverse effect to the terrain. Again, then again, I guess it would only be available to people that are playing on corpse lifespan staying. As it's a setting you can turn off, right? With the debuff, these halberds should absolutely get smoked. And as long as I keep running towards the range units, they'll keep running.
We demand blood! Dwarf warriors! Yes!
Lovely jubbly. And there it is, folks. Yeah, I knew it was more than feasible to win that one, but it was just a bit of an awkward one. Yeah, I was surprised. I did nowhere near as much damage with the gyro bomb as I thought. And Pico, do you know what's up with Grom? I hope he's alright. It should be illegal with how handsome you are. Dan, right back at you, bud. I'd be careful because my my chromium domium is very shiny. And it will reflect and blind. God, it's mad that I first started shaving my head when I did that campaign as Karl Franz, where if I lost a battle, I had to shave my head. Those losses are insane, I know. 46, too many losses, I agree. Far too many losses. Funny enough, if I took replenishment, I actually would heal more than I lost in that battle. Generally, I would heal more at the end of the battle than I would have lost. But I need the Oath Cult. Because Dwarves are OP, man. Dwarves are so strong. Hold on, let me... I think this will look better if I do this, and then do this. Yeah. Is there a particular kind of unit Thorgrim buffs, or is he just good with everything? Hammers is usually his go-to. Hammers is what Thorgrim's go-to is. But not a crazy amount. If I'm not mistaken, it's hammers. It's like ward save, isn't it? Something like that? Because hammers are like the go-to elite infantry. Leadership, I mean, dwarves are basically unbreakable anyway.
Let us begin.
I should be more than far enough away from Gunbad.
Shoulder axes, lads. We move.
I'm gonna suspect that Gunbad is gonna jump over. And by the way, you can actually put units into another army if you have any missions or anything like with a checkbox. You gotta tick them all first, and then you can move the units over. So now I should probably actually give. Wait, you rascal! Ooh. So this looks like a tier 2, a tier 3. Ooh, Runesmith is big. Oh my god, another construction building.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirst.
Longbeards and hammerers. High King is pretty tasty because we can increase the size of the Grudge army. And we get this bad boy, which is actually pretty damn good. Yeah. Ooh, I could have done advanced forging and then recruit another runesmith. And at rank 4.
Aye, it is time.
This is the reason why you check, folks. This is the reason why you check before you do it, boys.
The High King.
I'm not too beaten up about that.
Onward.
Yeah, you get instant access to Wrath of Room, which is pretty damn tasty, but
Yes.
it should be fine. Do I keep a few in my army? What, hammers? I mean, you got to think about it this way. What do hammers do? Hammers enable you to beat down a front line pretty damn well. Like you can crush through a lot of infantry with them. The main consideration for the hammers is they'll be shot at a lot, which is obviously one of the downsides to them, and why you want to avoid using them. But if you're not too bothered about all that, they are very goddamn good. So another lord is going to come in here. What's the garrison? Let me just throw in... Honestly, the Dwarf War is a bit tasty in another army, though. I don't think I can win that just by himself. Let's go Rune of Spite. I'm really needing more of... I'm 1 Oath Gold off. More tastiness. That's so sad. But we are making 35 a turn, which is good. So we're upgrading to tier 3 now. Bada bing. Let's upgrade that one next as well. Unless we go straight to tier 4. I don't think it has that much. I don't think it has that much value personally. We're gonna go with. Would I go with Oath Call at this point over the goal, over the growth? I think I actually might. The logic behind that is I don't think the growth is going to help that much because I'm going to get it in like 5 turns anyway. How important is it to follow the grudge mechanic? Not that massively. I think I was actually one of the creators that managed to convince CA to change it a little bit. Because if you remember beforehand, it used to give really, really bad debuffs. I know, like, my entire logic around why I felt like that was a bad mechanic is you are forced into a certain playstyle to play dwarves like Khorne. Not everybody wants to play dwarves like the Khorne, simply put. So my suggestion was I should not be punished for trying to play the game. Like, don't punish me for playing the game. Like, you take Realms of Ruins, for example. That's a bloody good example as do not do that to the player. Don't force them to go into portals. Don't force them to do that kind of stuff. People don't like that. I want to do whatever the hell I want. Don't force me into a certain direction. So my logic was, you should make it so Age of Reckoning is not a game-defining mechanic in that it is massively beneficial to you, but you're not forced to do it because the debuffs that you used to get really did force you. And now, with it only being in the 0 to 24%, you can pretty much avoid that every time. But I was very, very vocal. I made multiple videos and I was very vocal that I did not like the way that Age of Reckoning was done. And thankfully they changed it. I'm sure there's other creators as well out there that have done the same thing, but I was very, 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 very vocal with it. Because I knew that it wasn't a good way of doing it.
Come, kin. Let us feast and drink.
Ooh, 1.7k for getting all that kind of stuff in there. If I can get Karakazul over the 150 threshold, I can confederate him as well. Are there any settlements I can give him as well?
Let's hear what you have to
Crookback
say.
Mountain.
We'll hear it before
Nah,
I'll
Crookback
go.
Mountain is goated. Is it true that Karakazul, the legendary lord, has a really good defeat rate? I've been told... I've tested it ages ago and I can't remember. I feel like it is true.
Onward.
I feel like it is true. I'm not going to upgrade these because I don't have the cash right now. My economy is not good enough to do that. Although it's how I get the economy better. But I do think that going to tier 3 is going to be good. I need the gold for tier 3, so... what else are we thinking, boys? The armor? I can't do that yet. I need a better army.
It is time. Send me to vengeance.
My trait is 1.1k, which is kind of wild for the turnover on turn 11. 1.1k. 100 gold per turn. That's pretty damn good.
What?
That's why trading's so effective, man. I'm telling you. And you look, you see this? Long-term partnership. Told you boys early on. The longer you have trade agreements, the more money you make you over time. As well as a legendary lord? No, but I think they added that in there because his lore is actually pretty vast. Like, Karakazul's lord is a legend. Extra starting trait. That's really good if you can fed. Yeah. And hey, Dan. Yeah, he's actually a really strong lord. Chop those rats' heads off before they go and bloody attack Mount Silver Spear. They're going to attack my other settlement, aren't they? I know they are. This is why I hate Skaven sometimes. As a long-term trader of Dwarf mechanic only? Nope, it's everybody. Everybody benefits from it. It's why you'll always see me try to get trade agreements as soon as possible. The longer you have a trade agreement, the more... Like, late game, you'll make hundreds from it. Additionally. And that could be the difference between recruiting a unit and saving you and not. Oh, guys, I've got something fairly interesting coming up. So, I have a wonderful friend group, and I basically challenged them. I said, guys, what I want you to do, I'm going to give you a copy of Warhammer 3. I'm going to fight 4 of them in a multiplayer battle. And I'm going to see if I can win. So this is going to be people that are brand new to the game. I'll get them on Discord. I'll get all their perspectives, all their thoughts and stuff like that as well. And we're going to see if I, as a professional Warhammer player, can beat 4 noobs. I felt like it was going to be an interesting idea. I personally felt like it would be a pretty fun idea, so that's why we're going to give it a crack. Battle or campaign? Battle. Campaign will be harder to do, but easier for me. If it was campaign, I would basically always win. I would say... That sounds so big-headed, but I generally would say, if it's campaign, I don't think I'd ever lose. Not in a big-headed way. It's just the way that I know how to play campaign, you know. I have beaten some of the best players in the world at multiplayer campaigns, and I'm actually undefeated in a head-to-head series in multiplayer campaigns against professionals. Like Anticity. I've taken Anticity down in multiplayer campaign. So I would have a hard time thinking that 4 players that I've never played Total War before would be able to beat me. Because there's so much to the game. Like, if you really think about it, there is so much to Total War that is not innately told or shown you. For example, knowing melee defense and melee attack, how that functions. You won't know that until you figure it out or get told about it, right? Right, let me check something real quick. I'm just going to do the little cheeky strategy to find where Clan Rictus is. I'm going to click growth. And I'm going to find out where his last settlement is. So it's over here. So Clan Rictus settlement, his last settlement is over here.
Possible? Just need some security. You have relatives?
You take that challenge as a minute. I mean, I have done 1 versus 7s against my community before, and I have won them before. I have won 1 versus 7s versus my community in campaign before. And hey, Cookie, good to see you, bud. But it was bloody difficult. And it was time-bound, so I only just won. What race would you play against the new players that are new? Sonesh, probably. I would say Sonesh is probably the easiest for you to take advantage of poor macro. So like a Nakari and Hellstrider build kind of thing. With Seekers and stuff. Just all cavalry. Would probably what I'd take. An entire army of cavalry. With Sonesh magic. Because then I can rampage them and stuff like that. Rampage, isolate, kill, and then just keep moving around. Runesmith's basically... Rune magic is infinite. Rune magic is like infinite. You have no resource, it's just cooldowns. What race did I play against a pro? What, in campaign? Or battle? It depends. Royal Champ members focus on me. And even then the news could not beat him. I mean... I did lose some of those, though, Unholy. Most of those I did lose. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the greatest player ever. I did lose quite a lot of them. I can't remember if it was you, Cookie, or it was, who would it have been? Brother 3D, Zebka, I think his name was? I think it was Zebka or somebody that had Unbreakable... No, it was BMK. He had Unbreakable Nobles and kicked my butt. Just him alone. It was brutal. But it was a really smart way of using the mechanic of that was available to him, though. Yeah, BMK. Yeah, that was brutal. You guys crushed me. I remember it. I was playing Cathay and you guys crushed me. But you guys worked together really well. But against a pro player in campaign, probably Dwarves. I would say Dwarves are really, really solid overall. It depends on who I'm fighting, right? Most campaigns are good versus other things, right? For example, greenskins are pretty OP. I would say greenskins are really, really top tier in multiplayer campaigns because of the fact that you get free units, right? Anything's with any access to free recruitment or just summoning loads of units is always good. So I'm actually gonna. That's probably gonna die. I'm gonna cancel that because I know as a fact they're gonna attack it, which is fine. This army is going to build up Gunbad, which I'm pretty confident in. Now means I don't mind too much about the fact that we've got a Rune of Spite there, because they're not going to attack him anymore. So Rune of Spite on this guy, just in case he intercepts. Generally, this unit is actually going to be insane at killing Gunbad, so we'll take him, because he's he'll be elevated above all the dwarves.
It is time.
I'm going to ambush with you. Let me get out the settlements. The dwarves are disadvantaged because they lack heroes that boost their replenishment. No, not really.
For the wisdom of
I would say dwarves, pound for pound, dwarven units are better than most of the factions early game. Like, if you guys remember when I did the... This is a long time ago. It was me and Akoi versus Turin and Poon. I was playing Valkyr, he was playing Grumbrindle. And I only won because of the fact that I out-attritioned him. Alright, we'll stay here, kill Gunbad. Thorgrim's going to move probably... I'm probably going to have to fight Drazareth now, but we'll see. But I'm going to quickly pop to the bathroom. One sec, guys. Don't want the sauce. You know, I had a comment from I heard a comment from someone fairly recently, and it was one of the funniest things I've read ever. It was a streamer that said they went to the toilet, right? And they were quite a while. And someone in chat was like, "Are you trying to pretend that you have a big tank?" Like, I don't know if that's like a manly thing, like a flex if you can pee for a really long time. And it absolutely slayed me.
The High King.
It was so funny.
Let us
Why?
begin.
It's just brilliant. What we can do, go encampment, so we get this guy bonuses in the battle.
My axe
And then we're going to give him Rune Spike now. Oh no, he already has it. I don't know where Tretch has gone. I'm assuming he might have just run back to his territory.
Good.
My only concern here is that I should probably get rid of this Runesmith now. Flex and you pee? Hey, Choco. Do you know what the really fun, like, this is like a man test. Hold on. This is like a guy test. If I do this, it's like, imagine you got a urinal here, 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 and then here. Right? And a guy has gone to... someone's using this urinal. Which urinal do you take? Which urinal do you go to? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is... Number 4 is occupied. Which urinal do you as the guy take? Guys, which urinal would you go to? 1? What, you use 4 as well? 1. You'd go to 1, right? You go to 1. Wait, 4? Stop saying 4! What, are you crossing swords with a random guy at urinal? Yeah, 1 is the answer, right? If they went to 3, 1 or 5 is applicable. 1 or 5 is applicable. But I always amused me, that one. You gotta pick a pair of tanks? Going to church? God damn it, guys.
The runes are ready. Arcane wind.
Depends on where the door is. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Pee in this sink? Okay, interesting. That's certainly an approach. Oh, you're right, comrade. Yeah, also, definitely interesting. That's a different approach. Alright, let's take this bad boy.
Yes, onward.
Oops, gave it to the wrong guy. Oops. Hey. Time to attack Gunbad. Heroic victory. Doesn't surprise me because pound for pound, my Dowie are just so much stronger than him, and it's an underway battle. I could literally just run at him and win, and get some. Thanks for following, buddy. It's so funny. Like, there's like so many unspoken guy things like that a girl would just never understand. Like a woman would never know that, right? Because I guess they all go to like the toilets, right? They go to an actual toilet that's like locked off. Yeah, I guess it'd be... It's just... A guy just knows, right? The argument of nature and nurture, you just know. Hey, maybe there's greetings. I remember being at like a local pub fairly recently. And like, I knew the bartender. I knew him quite well because I've been there for so long. And the bartender, a guy called Tom, super lovely guy. He literally just does this. He's like, what do I do in response? A bartender gives you that nod. What do you do in response, and what does that then mean? A bartender has just given you a nod. You're sitting down. You just lock eyes with the bartender. What does that mean? What does that mean, guys? You're sitting down with your friends. You're drinking. Bartender just hit you with a nod. Ask you if you want a pint. Exactly that, mate. Exactly that. So the response is... That's the response. That's all you do. And they bring over a pint. And they drink around. It's just a guy thing, right? That is... It's just... It is what it is. It's just the unspoken rule of being a dude. Right, here we go. Army should be set up pretty nicely. What's the reinforcements? Ah, don't need them. This guy's got Rune of Spite, right? Yeah, we're chilling. I'm a little bit afraid of the Goblin Bolt Thrower, though. Oh, and thanks for the follows, guys. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's just such a, like, there's so many little things like that. Same situation, but in the bathroom? Yeah, I'd give a cheeky nod. If Battlesey nods at camera, we have to nod back and purchase a sub. Nah, do whatever you want, boys. Cost of living and stuff like that. I mean, not a bad idea. You'd avoid ads, but... I'd never force you. Because you guys know I work full-time as well. I stream because it's like, I love streaming. Packer, they're in female tribes. And there is a weird one. Why do like girls always go to the toilet in like a pair? Like, do they have to hold each other? Like one holds the other to like help them pee or something? I don't get it. I'll never understand that. That will always be a mystery, I think. Company? What, while you're having a wee? Whenever I went alone, troll was gone. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, valid. Valid. Gossip? Yeah. Gossip's probably the one, isn't it? Yeah, that's fair. Bit of goss time. Will the goblin shoot my lord here? Because the unfortunate thing is, I actually just dead-ass think I win if I just run at them. Oh, he does. Ah, well then we can just cheese the ammunition. And then I can have a chat with you little folks. Because the goblin bolt throwers are so inaccurate, it's crazy. I could probably stand still and not be hit. Let's stand still and see if they hit me. God, that is such an ass unit. It is crazy. They need to buff the goblin bolt thrower. It is so goddamn bad. I'm not even moving and I'm not being hit. Oh, I was hit for a grand total of 3 damage. Jesus. Ramsay Bolton, that guy is not. I'm still so mad at Game of Thrones and how it ended. One thing that's really cool that I found out recently, there's a TV series about SAS parachuters in the war, and my granddad was in the SAS, so I think he may be represented in the 88th Company. Which would be pretty bog if he is. I'm going to watch it and see if he is. As my granddad was a Scottish parachuter in the SAS, and he was a nutter. But my god was he brave. He was an absolute nutter, but my god that man was brave. Crazy with law drop, yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is, all my family, if you knew what my second name is, you'd understand. All my family have been in the army. And here I am. Well, I mean, if you think about it, technically I am in the army as well. I'm controlling all these dwarf warriors. So, if you really think about it, I kind of am. But yeah, all my family in the army. And here I am as an IT guy. Kind of a different career path, that's for sure. Always seem to be like forming up constantly. The AI will form depending on how you move your army. For example, if I moved all my army to the left side of the map, they would reposition.
For the Cutter's Encore!
It just depends. Right, time to move up. I'll fight them over here, that's for sure. I can use this as natural defense. An IT guy can be extremely valid in the army too. Valid. Right, no ammunition, we can move up, we can crush them. Everyone cares is awesome and actually has to understand some of the actions. Not to stay believable. Yeah, it is crazy. Like how like a couple of drunken SAS soldiers managed to kill like, or take down like hundreds of, or like 100 amount of airplanes or something in World War II. I mean, it's one of the things that they had the ability to operate without any command, which is what made them effective, because their job was to inflict the most amount of damage to the enemy. That's literally what their job was in the war. To inflict the most amount of damage possible. Alright, here we go. I think as long as we get a little bit close enough, we should be able to start shooting them. Looks like they're going to try and flank a little bit. Let's move here then. Because I have way better range than them. Oh, by the way, if you've not actually done this already, hold down spacebar in a battle, and you'll see that all these things are really useful to keep on, so always show most of them. So the fire axe, especially if you don't have it already on, it's here. Because like, if you look at this, if I go this, select this off, I can't see where my units can shoot. So always show that bad boy. There's little things like that that'll always massively help you. We should be in shooting range now, at least. So let's let the boys have fun. Guard mode and let them do it. This guy was the Ruinous Spite Lord. Let's close the box a little bit on the flanks. I'm a little bit worried they're going to try and flank me. I'm going to make sure to reposition these boys to shoot Gunbad. Because they should do a ton of damage to him. I'd be surprised if the Coralers all just firing at him wouldn't do all the damage as well. Now that would be interesting. Ruinous Spite the front line. Open up the box a little bit here just to defend the the backline units. Yeah, annoyingly a lot of them are blocked. But most of them should be able to get some good DPS down. If it's just Orc boys, we're fine. But here's where the 65 goddamn melee defense comes in handy. God dang. Alright, let's move back actually. I think it must be a quarrel job here. There's too many infantry units. Let's pull back. I think it's the first rotation is 4 of them, so let's pull back the rotation and then reinforce with the infantry over there. Go. Just got to hold them back now. I would say murder the arrow boys on this side, murder the arrow boys on this side, and then start getting some pop shots into here. God, the Drong pirates are so badass.
Kill them!
Not bad. It is just carnage, isn't it? I feel like when I'm going through this epic battle scene, my big fat bald head just being in the way probably ruins the immersion a little bit. Probably a slight immersion ruining on that one. An epic battle scene of orcs versus dwarves, and a fat English bald guy in the bottom right. Big fat ball is canon, maybe so. Well, these guys have decent stat line.
Score! Victory will be ours! Slay the Orc Breakers!
I'd fit right in, not short side of the battle, you cheeky bugger.
These Orcs aren't worthy!
You cheeky little rascal.
Slay
Or cosplay stream. I'm still working on the Slayer cosplay one I promised. Want to make sure to deliver on one of them at some point. Ah, shoot. These guys being shot at is not ideal. Pull them out to fight them. Because they can't resist any melee down. They can't resist any range is the problem with them. God, you really can't go. You can't go wrong with the way that orcs, dwarves fight. It's so beautiful. What's the look of the value? 20,000 value just because of Rune of Spite. 1.4k gold value and damage. Beautiful. I think this guy will have an insanely good shot on Gunbad here. I honestly think I could probably could have won this if there's full noob. Less cosplay went. What? That's on the OnlyFans. That's the tier 3 sub OnlyFans only. I think obviously normally success metrics and models of OnlyFans would be to people want to pay to see the material. Maybe I should take the opposite approach of make people pay me not to see it. That'd probably be a better angle, to be honest. That'd probably be more successful. Come on, please say he's dead. There you go. Good. Gosh. I mean, in fairness, I've only ever had, when I did my subathon ages ago, I did have a goal to get to a hot tub stream and we didn't hit it. And ever since then I have not gotten anywhere near close to that again. I have not attempted to do that again. It's like, in theory it sounds funny, but you don't want to see me in a hot tub. I'm almost certain of it. Like, it sounds funny, sounds like a good laugh, but you don't want that. Oh, Yin Yin. Ooh. Yin Yin would be really cool. It's a shame the mod got taken down. Hello, Keller. No hot tub stream. Recruitment rank +1 is quite nice.
For the wisdom of the layer. Let us begin.
Let it be about this.
Summon me if you dare. One rag. By the grudge bearer's will.
Wow, this is up to my territory? That's crazy. Is it bad that my second army is probably kind of stronger? Hey, kill it.
Retake the realms.
Alright. 85% of the way there. How much do we need more? I think Quest Battle probably gives us 100%.
Onward.
I would suspect. Yep, it would. Which means I would need a lot of levels to get that. Because I stupidly took this for the second army, not Thorgrim. I mean, we'd have Rune of Spite, and we'd probably have a couple of other good runes as well. It's a shame they got rid of the health rune, but it made Grombrindle so OP. Because I think Grombrindle was the one with the highest base HP. Right, would I go towards killing Tretch now? I think I probably should. As giving all the settlements to... Ooh, we've got 2 settlements now, hold on.
Are you scared?
Okay, so he's moving to fear as well. Okay, I think it's time for me to move towards that then.
Very well.
I can jump into my own territory to heal too. I can hand over the Dwarf Warrior.
Summon me if you dare.
Virgin Belch.
I might want to actually... Any merge action going on? Luckstone is not too bad, but let's fuse it. Sword of the Anti-Heroes. Do I have another weapon? I don't. Talisman Endurance is actually pretty damn good, but it's used for a blue weapon. I didn't know it was going to be a blue weapon. Could have been anything, but that'll do. Have they fixed the Infinite Oath Gold, by the way? I think they have, right? I'm fairly certain they fixed the Infinite Oath Gold bug. I need a tankard, man. Not that one. I need this one. Liquid Fortification. I'm in desperate need of that, my good man. If I have that, with a Rune of Spite, I think Thorgrim just clears by himself in the quest battle. Right. 2 slots. I should be putting the deep in there. But it's so expensive. I do think going with an approach of Trollhammers is really nice. But Gyrocopters is just such a staple. You have an engineer already, though. We'll go engineer.
Anad.
I think now...
You're mighty stupid
Yeah.
coming to talk to me.
Gorbad's on the back foot now, which is good. Let's see if there's any more settlements or trade agreements. No more trade agreements because I don't have any more resources. It's dependent on the resources you have, if you guys didn't know. The more resources you have, the more likely you are to get more trades. As people don't want to trade with you if you've got nothing. People are less likely to want to trade with you if you've got nothing to give them. Alright. But if you have any questions about dwarves, guys, don't hesitate to ask, because obviously I want to make this as educational as possible too. As I feel like, you know, I'm trying to cover as much as I can. I felt like I've done a decent job of explaining kind of like my thought process, why I'm doing what I'm doing, why I've built what I've built. But if there's things that I don't explain properly, or I don't explain, or it doesn't make sense, don't hesitate to be like, you know, what about this, what about that, what about this? You know the dwarves? Yeah, me too. Dwarves are one of my favourite factions. I'm going to force march over here, which might mean that Tretch will ambush me. Wait, that's a really terrible idea, isn't it? Yeah, it's a really terrible idea.
Aye, it will better our cause.
As I think I would lose if I got ambushed, because Tretch has a all really strong weapons. By the way, guys, on Twitch, ads are going to be kicking in to get rid of pre-roll ads. If you want to sub to support the channel, by all means, to get rid of ads, but just want to get rid of pre-roll ads for any new viewers. Go build income. It's such a shame that I have no money now. This is like the point of what I was meaning. You get to a certain point where you just don't have...
binds me to you.
Oh.
Aye, it is time.
It is time indeed. Let's move the Runesmith over. It's a shame I didn't get him in the army, because of Runesmith... With Wrath of Ruin, I think we don't have it yet. Wrath of Ruin would help a lot against the... against rats. Wrath of Ruin is really effective against high entity counts. Yeah, sure. Okay, Tretch has moved over the side here, okay. I think that might have 100%ed us. We might have gotten 100% here. All this territory, I'm probably going to give to Ungrim, because it'll help a lot. Ungrim's doing really well. Hey, Skittle, what's up, dude? I think what I'm going to do... Ooh, is that Gotrek Felix? I goddamn love Gotrek Felix, but my army composition's not good enough for it yet. Oh, it's not 100%. 73 and 32. I don't think I actually might not 100% here.
time for a
140,
reckoning.
121.
Let us begin. My axe thirsts for war.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be so goddamn close. I'm not sure how much the settlement will
It
be.
is time.
I not wait through scat.
73 and 32, that's 100. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get enough. I'd have to kill this army as well. And this guy ran away.
Ready.
I honestly don't think getting 100% doesn't matter too much for the most part. But that is surprising that I've been fighting basically constantly and I've not been able to reach it. But I'm doing well, Skill. How are you, bud? Alright, so we'll do a big TLDR now of the dwarves, as I think we've covered them well. So, dwarves' main strength in the early game is you want to start racking up as much growth as possible to then start unlocking high-tier units within the Dwarven roster, because the Dwarven roster is very powerful. The main thing is kind of your Longbeards, your trading power because you're a good faction, and how Dwarven compositions typically look like, I'll show you.
Throne bearers. Let's
So, the bread and butter of a Dwarven composition. We'll talk about the bread and butter of Dwarven composition. Excuse me, Dwarven compositions, early to mid to late. Early game, the bread and butter of what you recruit with dwarves is dwarf warriors, and you'll recruit quarrelers as well, right? You'll start to integrate into your compositions like your thanes, your ruins, and your engineers, because it'll help a significant amount. The main vibe around your early game is utilizing a really strong lord or thane to tank and use Rune of Spite to do AoE damage around them. It's a Mortis engine, basically. And then as you start leveling up and moving towards the mid-game, you start transitioning from Dwarf Warriors to Longbeards. And then you'll start moving towards potentially utilizing Thunderers, and kind of like the Grudge Rackers, and the Trollhammers, and Iron Drakes as well. But it depends what you're fighting. Quarrelers are good, honestly, throughout the entire game. Quarrelers are just a really good unit. But the challenge that you'll have with Quarrelers is their lack of armor piercing. So that's sort of where kind of like your Grudge Rackers, your Slayer Pirates range, and your Thunderers come in. But the challenge with units like these is they're really bad in sieges. So you got to be careful about what you build for sieges, because Quarrelers are always going to be really good even late game in sieges. But then you go into your Grudge Throwers. So early game, it could look like roughly 10 Dwarf Warriors, maybe a little bit less, maybe 8. Like 2 to 4 Grudge Throwers and the rest Quarrelers. That is typically what you'd look for in a composition that'd be good. Then as you start transitioning towards the mid-game, Longbeards, Grudge Rackers, Trollhammers, Thunderers are your bread and butter alongside cannons. You like using hammers or Longbeards? The only problem, I mean, you raise a really good point. The only problem I have with hammers is they're really susceptible to range units, right? Even a really crappy range unit can do a lot of damage to hammers because they have no shields. Because you got to remember, if you go to the greenskins, and you go to even the normal basic Goblin Archer, they have armor piercing. I'm not sure if you guys can see it without me moving. They have an armor piercing of 1, and they have a base damage of 10. But yeah, you can see it. But they always have to do 1 base damage no matter what. Armor can't make all base damage go away, so it's always 1. And the armor piercing is 1 as well. So per volley, they're doing 240 damage. Right? And you then look at if there's 4 of them, which is oftentimes there's about 4 of them. So that means every volley, hammers are taking about 1,000 damage, right? So we're talking about 10 volleys of a crap Goblin Archer to kill a hammerer. Not the greatest, right? Whereas if you look at Longbeards, they resist 55% of that. So then you half it. So then it becomes 20 volleys. Right? And in that 20 volleys, you get twice as much effectiveness. And obviously you can go into formations like we are, interlocking shields, which we unlock in 2 turns. Which means that we can resist 75% of the time. Which means that it takes, what, 25, 26, 27 shots? And that's sort of my logic, right? My logic is, I don't need a hammer to do damage. I only need the unit to survive. That is sort of my logic. I don't want you to... I don't need them in my personal view with how I use them to do damage. I just need them to just sit there and do like tank. And that's how I usually play. That's how I usually like to use the units anyway. I am going to attack Tretch. What I'm going to do is a little cheeky trick here, if you see this. Run towards him. Backspace before we attack. Put the runesmith in there. Nice easy trick. It will consume our movement, but we're already right next to him, so it doesn't matter as much. Then, Grudge Rackers. Then, attack. He retreats, but we'll do a game and move here. If he's close enough to him, we may be able to attack him first, and we can't. That's okay. Tretch has retreated. He's now gained his bonus, his benefits from running away, which is plus 13 attack. Which is okay. I don't mind that too much. The melee attack won't change too much because his units aren't that effective. As you can see, defensive low. Even though he's got massively juiced up units, all of his army is pretty garbage anyway. I'm going to fight this one because otherwise I'll probably lose a lot more units than I want to. And he has no magic, surprisingly, as well. But Tretch will just die to my Gyro Bomber anyway. Alright. What faction do you guys want me to play next? What other factions are you guys interested in seeing? Just as an FYI, I'd love to hear your opinions. I would love to hear your opinions, thoughts, and feelings. Would you say that Greenskins, Dark Elves? Because I will go through and give you the greatest guide of all time. As I feel like I've gotten a decent grasp of explaining things like in a very constructive way. Dark Elves? You guys thinking Dark Elves? If we do a vote, I'm doing votes in the Discord, or I'm asking in my Discord. So !mark Discord, if you want to join the Discord, it's full of lovely people. I think that's the right one. Yep. If you join the Discord, and it's in the description on YouTube, just tell me what you guys want to see. Chaos Dwarves was a recent suggestion, which I thought was a good one. So I can go over the economy and like how everything functions there. But I have played every single Legendary Lord a lot. Which is embarrassing to say, but it's true. I've played a lot of Legendary Lords. I've played them all. I've played all the factions a lot throughout all of the Total War games as well. So I know how all of them function. And I'm happy to share that knowledge with you wonderful folks. What we'll do here as well is a little cheeky tactic. I'm going to make this a thicker provision and then put these bad boys here. So it means these guys will get a really beautiful fire arc without being attacked. Have I played Tamakan? Yeah, I've played Tamakan a lot. He's OP as hell. I'm going to grab the Runesmith and put him here as well to tank. Tamakan is so insanely OP. What do you think of the Gyro Bomber? I feel like dumping it. It's when I start the phone, I'm not sure why. The Gyro Bomber is so overpowered. Never get rid of it. I'll show you why. I'll show you why. There's no other faction that has access to do this as early as you can do this. Literally just run up. He has no magic, so he can't stop me. He has no skulkers either. He's got nothing to slow me. You run up. Get really close to them. You can attack me with the slingers. That's fine. Boom, 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 boom. Run over to avoid the damage of them. Turn around. Boom, boom, boom. And then keep rotating through the range units while I'm reloading like this, just to make them not shoot me. Because you've got to keep in mind that the units have skirmish mode on, so they'll run away. Bam, bam, bam. Say hello to my little friend. And then you keep moving around. And since we're close enough to the range units on this side, we don't have to worry too much. And we'll have bugged the AI a little bit here, and that they're trying to reform because they've taken a lot of damage. They've taken a ton of damage. So they're going to try and reform. So I'll chuck one of these bad boys through them. Marathi? I think I'm going to give Marathi a go next then, yeah. We'll do Marathi. And thanks for the follow, bud. Marathi's so OP, it's insane. Like if you play Marathi to her strengths, she is such a strong lord. It's crazy. I would argue she's like one of the tankier lords later on. She becomes so insane. And her hitbox is so good too for it. Let's run towards these guys to get them running. Like so. Run towards Tretch as well. Now I'm going to run really far forward to avoid the slingers and then start shooting him over here because he's ran far enough away from him. Now I'm out of the range of it. Now we get the volley off and it'll kill him. Beautiful. Move out of the range of it. As you can see the red box here. What lord's the most fun? Ooh, it's a good question. Look at this beautiful line angle of shots here as well. I really do like dwarves. Oh my god, we're rushing the steam wheel right now. It's the reason why you set up the way you do here. That thing's just dead. Who's my favorite faction? Who's my favorite lord of all time? It depends on my mood, right? I love playing Thoric, super fun to play. I love playing Belagar, super fun to play. I love playing Ungrib, super fun to play. There's a bit of a theme here.
Do you not see me like just Dowie brethren?
No. The ultimate thing that I love the most is, depending on my mood, right? An Ox Yodel campaign, goated. Such a good campaign. Like, I would recommend an Ox Yodel campaign to everybody. Same Tamarkan, super fun to play. Same with who else is good fun to play? Tyrion can be fun, but can get boring. But for me, a campaign has value when you are, I guess, what's the saying? When there's a theme to it, right? Like for me, a theme is I'm gonna murder all of the high elves on the donut. I'm playing Grom. Logically speaking, it makes sense, right? So I like themes of just doing dumb stuff and then just killing things. You know, I love doing that. Like if I'm playing as Grom Brindle and I'm killing every dark elf in the world because of Malekith's betrayal. That to me has a lot of fun because there's like more than the victory condition to it. Do you know what I mean? You take away the victory condition, you put towards the theme of that, like the other condition of what I want to do in it. And you can do that with any faction, right? I think you can't go wrong with a lot of pretty much most legendary lords. I would say legendary lords like Aranessa, not the greatest. She doesn't really have a theme. She should be more Dogs of War than she is Vampire Coast, which is a shame. I would say Katep, not in a great spot. Not the most fun to play. I would say Skrolk, not fun at all to play, because he was outdone by Nurgle. What else? 95%, that is so sad.
Bad plan schemes.
I don't think I can get the other 5. My army's too battered. Can I run and beat this guy up? Do I have range?
The axe thirsts for war.
Oh, I don't have range. I get the movement by killing him anyway. It's actually pretty good though. Not really. I mean, if you compare him to any other Tomb King, I can't happily say that he's better than other Tomb Kings. I think I'd have a hard time agreeing to that. Like, he is not better than any of the any of the Tomb Kings. Like, Arkan the Black is like him on steroids.
To war. Aye.
There's a hard start. I mean, Setch is way better than Mel, no? Like, he doesn't specifically give the Tomb Kings too much.
Yes.
Let me give loads of bonuses to this guy. We might intercept. We might get the intercept on, which means we might be able to cheese out a 100%er. Because this guy gives me 100%. So I'm going to go into this stance. Actually, no, let me go here.
Grudges will be settled.
I can actually afford a tankard as well, so let's do that. And Boss Canary's doing the search copy pasta. That's a classic. Let's forge the tankard. So if you don't know, the search of copy pasta can be done once a day, I believe. Alright, nice. This guy definitely will be able to beat Sneak now.
I ain't doing that.
So there's two approaches I can take. Either I hope he just jumps over and we kill him, or he comes and attacks us. So hopefully he comes and attacks us. If I can intercept him, we'll be able to do it. Because I can't do this anymore. But we're doing alright. We'll murder these guys over here. Shame about not getting 100%, but it is what it is. Oh wow, rebellion. It'll be a garbage rebellion because there's no military building, so I'm fine with that. If there was a military building in there, I'd have stopped income. But the rebellion, fun fact, is determined by the amount of settlements you have. Your military building, sorry. Trade agreement with them. And money. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Squeeze out a bit more bob though. I don't mind trading. I got no interest in fighting him anytime soon. Legit, zero interest in fighting that guy anytime soon. Mount Gunbad. Underway intercepted. If he didn't have trolls, I'd actually fight this. That is so frustrating. If he didn't have these 3 units, this is winnable. He just recruited them this turn. I mean, 5 melee defense, 5 leadership. Anti-infantry, 5% ward save, liquid fortification. Rune of Spite. I'll try it, see what happens. If he was unbreakable, it'd be winnable, but he's not unbreakable. Like, deadass, if he was unbreakable, this is winnable. Which of the following factions with winning against each other in regional? Skaven, Dwarfs, Chorse versus each other? I would say Dwarves over Chorfs. Skaven over Dwarves. No, actually no. Dwarves with the recent DLC. If this was pre-DLC for the Dwarves, I would say Skaven clears most of them. But deadass Dwarves would actually probably win that now. Because of Cannon's 440 range. And the artillery machines. The Malachi with the range ammunitions. And where's the AoE one? Is it just the engineer that has that? The increased accuracy. I'm afraid the squigs are going to crush me. We'll see. So, not even kidding, this used to be possible. I need to stack up to more infantry. As long as I've got loads of infantry attacking me, we can win this. If he was unbreakable, it was winnable. It's a shame. Him not being unbreakable makes this hard. Friends say Skaven? Nah, Skaven aren't that good anymore. They used to be. Honestly, this would have been winnable if I was unbreakable. Unironically winnable. Because I'd have healed. I'd have healed the damage. The Rune of Spite's doing work though, but I'm going to get to the point where I have too much. I don't have enough. What combo do the Dwarves get? The T-Rex? Thoric. Yeah, I need to be unbreakable to win that. Thoric. Thoric gets it if you get enough pieces of his unique mechanic. Annoyingly, that would have been winnable without those 3 units that we just added to the army. It's a shame. Right. I mean, dwarves are really OP when it comes to stuff like that. They can squeeze out a lot of value. And the greatest thing, Root of Spite and the tankard can't be stolen. Look at that. That fight lasted like no time at all. 20,000 damage. Because he's not unbreakable. We better keep him near the next one. So no flanking. It's actually a really good point. The challenge there would be that his attack animations naturally would make him get engulfed by a lot of units. Because Dwarven warrior lords, they jump. They do jumping attacks.
I'd rather eat a squid.
Shame we didn't get the juicer.
Throw bearers! Let's march!
I'm gonna move over
I
here.
agree.
As long as I take out Thoric, I'm happy. As long as I take out Thing, I'm fine. This guy's going to be a bit of a problem.
Time for a reckoning.
Oh, my giant blade, of course, yeah. Damn it. Good news is here.
Summon me if you dare.
Throw this guy in here.
The axe thirsts
We're in a
for
fight.
war.
Where's my tankard? Have they nerfed this? Have they nerfed the strat? Where's the tankard gone? Do you lose the tankard every time then?
For the wisdom of Valea.
Oh.
Summon me if you dare.
Well, that strategy's a lot worse then if you lose the tankard every time, because you normally can't. That is in the realms of being very unfortunate. You want to keep the runes?
The axe thirsts for war.
When your lord dies? Ah, okay. Put Chaos Dwarf to play as. This lad. Drazowith is a beast. Drazowith is basically the Chaos Dwarf. The rest of them wish they were.
Time for a reckoning. For
So
the
Tan's your fave.
wisdom of
I just love
Valea.
Drazowith. He's just he just has everything you want. I'm gonna put these guys in here.
Anad, yes.
Right, now I know that
Let us
tankard gets
begin.
taken away from me.
Get out of me head.
Oh, we're being wagged, I think.
What?
What those mythical creatures you speak of?
Strong agrees.
True, yeah, Chaos Dwarves don't
My
exist.
axe thirsts for war.
Let's move straight to Black Crag so we want to take it. I think we should be okay defending this. I'd be surprised if not.
One round.
I'm spread pretty thin though. I'll destroy this building because it allows me to get a bit of dollar. Military alliance. They would want to
From
confederate.
another hold arrive. 'Tis a great day.
I'm gonna send it.
Summon me if you dare. Onward for the
But
wisdom
it
of
means.
Valea.
Oh my god, he doesn't have a bloody military building. He has the garrison in this build and the one over here. If there was a garrison building in here, I would win.
Let us begin.
Right, now let me think about what I need to do. Any spell lord I'd have to get rid of. Okay, mine. I need more money.
I ain't doing that.
I
Stop
think
that.
I would win this. Yeah, let's have a look at him. You're gonna play some dwarves? Nice skill. Dwarves are awesome. Alright, now knowing that you lose a tanker, that really sucks. It stops you cheesing like crazy.
Let us be about this.
Makes cheesing a little bit harder.
It is time.
Let's have a look who we can chat to. Imric.
Well, what is it? Do not squander the Dragon Prince's time.
Imric, you're such a dick. That's why no one likes high elves, bud. Peace treaty.
Address me.
If you would give me money, I'd do it, but we'll take that out. Should be able to defend this.
If you dare.
Do that. So who do I need? Who do I care more about defending? Who gets more value from the Wrath of Ruin? From Rune of
I
Spite?
ain't doing that.
For the wisdom of Valea.
Probably this guy over here.
Any more
Let's look at the units we have here. Good unit, good unit, good units.
Sog off.
I don't know where they have, that's the problem.
Get out me head.
Yes.
There's some quarrels in there as well. I'm going to abandon them and hopefully I can get the recoup, because the iron does help a lot. I'm probably going to demolish these as well. Actually, no, saying that, I probably should keep them. Because the tier 4 building in here is insane. Getting iron breakers is going to be good though. Just depends if we get attacked this turn. If I had a military building in here, I probably could make a military alliance with Van Moors, not even kidding. Because he is the one surrounding me, isn't he? Yep.
I will kill you, thing. I am quick. I am mighty.
White Peak has a good building in it, so Stump Pit has the military building in it, yeah, for Slotted 7. I mean, this is as sacrilege as you can get, though. This is as sacrilege as you can get, getting a non-aggression with Queek. It probably makes sense, because it allows me to focus all my efforts on killing thingy, especially with they've got no current enemies either.
I will kill you, thing. I am quick. I am.
And then pay him to murder him. Okay, we'll do that.
Wow.
It'll allow us to don't shame me! I know, it was very shameful what I just did, I'm not gonna lie.
I am.
It was incredibly shameful what I just did, but I will ignore all the judgment in the chat, don't worry. Smiley face.
Retake the realms.
You can't feel shame if you ignore it. He'll just cancel anyway because of version rate. Potentially. But there is a good chance he doesn't. It basically makes it so that there's a good chance he doesn't. I mean, I'd rather go towards a condition that I don't get attacked and attack straight away. Yeah, there you go, ignored it. So it played towards a victory condition of there's a chance he doesn't, rather than a guarantee he'll attack me, because he would have done otherwise. Now he's moving towards fighting. Ah, damn it, I was really hoping this was auto-resolvable. I do have the Rune of Spite on him at least. The Goblin Bolt Throwers and the oh my god, the Orc War Cavalry is a real kick in the nuts. I'm gonna have to try and win it for sure. We'll see. I don't have any Slayers, unfortunately. We'll see. If I can defend this, if I can win this, this is big. But I value this settlement. I don't value this settlement that highly because I haven't upgraded the tier 1s. I think since I'm in the settlement, I get my allies straight away. So it might be worth rushing him. Nah, my army kind of tailors towards playing very slowly. We could filter them this way. I'll have to look at what the terrain looks like, because this might be a really good option to hide behind. Let's just see what the terrain looks like. This is really good, actually. This is insanely goated. My god. Okay, we hit the jackpot here.
Wait
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of the jackpoint terrain. This is the best terrain I could have asked for, I feel like. Because this allows me to filter towards using my Iron Drakes, that I'm just going to kill everything, because their range is really good as well. And it'll allow me to get some really powerful shots off. So what I need to make sure to do is position my units perfectly. So this right here the entirety of this battle will depend on how I position my units. If I position my units well, I may win. If I position them badly, I will lose. So I have to take advantage of the fact that I'm just going to hide behind the terrain. And then basically filter units into my Iron Drakes and Grudge Throw. That is my victory condition here.
It is a reckoning!
I'm just a little bit afraid that Pathing, if he goes over here, he can shoot me. So let's just pull back a little bit if we can. Yeah, let's move back. Let's get you in front. You over here as well. You over here as well. Get you back here.
War of vengeance! Strike
Like so. You positioned over here as well. And then you're going to be like here. You're going to be here. This is the juicer, I think. Because they're going to wait for the reinforcements and then we can kill them all slowly. I'm actually going to go with one of the Dwarf Warriors on the side here. And then you're going to tank the front. So, 1, 2, 3. Order of importance, in my opinion, is how my army's gone. Guard mode, because we don't need to chase. How much ammunition? 25. Should be enough. It should be okay. I just have to hold the line now. Reinforcements, not too worried about. Cavalry could be a problem. Basically, the entire composition depends on me killing everything with these Grudge Throwers. If I make a mistake, I'm just going to get slaughtered. So I actually outrange Goblin Archers with the Iron Drakes. Hey, Arcade Fires, good to see you, handsome. Do I have room to breathe? I don't. Right, either I've trolled massively or I'm a genius here. Sometimes that honestly do be like it. Generally, that is sometimes what it's like. Either you're the biggest genius in the world, or you're just like you're a mad scientist genius levels, or you're an absolute doofus. Deadass, sometimes there's no in between. Either you're crazy and you do something like it works really well, or it is as effective as water is, paper is against water. Not having quarrelers makes it sad, though. So I'm hopeful the Lord will tank for the Iron Drakes. The Iron Drakes will burn everything in front of them. And the Grudge Throwers, good hits. Because there's a good line of sight here. But this may age like milk, or it may age like wine. I do think we're in a good spot, though. I didn't see many ranged units. The thing that I'm most afraid of is the bloody squig dudes. Everything else can be killed in a matter of a couple shots. So Goblin Archers, good. I can outrange them. They're going to be filtering towards the corner here as well. So we have these in a perfect position, just to toast them up. Is it really weird that I'm like, I know in lore, greenskins are like mushrooms? I'm getting hungry thinking about my Iron Drakes burning these greenskins. Is that weird? Like a barbecue or something would be very nice. Is that strange? Nah, that's not strange, surely. Thinking about a barbecue? Alright, Loki, let me message my partner. Even though I enjoy it, Oh, it's the same as most games, matey, Rixton. It's like, you just have to get used to it again. I've been well, my friend. I hope you're doing well. You can put orcs on top of pizzas? You can, basically. If you think about it. Ooh, I'm not a big fan of bad shots from here. My full English breakfast? English breakfasts are so good. I would smash an English breakfast right now. I would absolutely smash an English breakfast. Let me stop shooting. I'm a bit afraid now.
You know, Leslie, children born feet first for a brief moment wears their mothers as a hat, but no one seems ready to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder why they're not prepared to talk about that, Raziel. Thanks for the 21 months.
For the Karazhan Corps! Ready!
I wasn't ready for that either, pal. Just for context. I was not ready for that either. Just for context. Alright, let's make sure we can keep them back. Let's start firing into the blobs now wherever possible. Oh, my tummy. I hurt. Oh, my tummy hurts because I laughed too hard. I need to move my my units towards more the center. Right, they shouldn't be able to push through, right? Yeah.
Take him!
You're kidding me.
Miners! We are relentless! Iron Drake!
I trolled!
Iron Drakes! Ready!
I gotta pull back.
The clans unite! The mountain
Oh, this little rascal.
breakers! Drag them! Dwarfs,
I have to hold the
ready
line.
axes!
I think if I drop you, move over here, you fire into here, and then we pray to God. I unironically think this is the best play.
Strike out!
If I can toast him up,
Go! Pump those
just need him
dwarven
toasty.
legs! Dwarves,
Wait, no.
ready axes! Move! Charge!
Just gotta get him toasty.
Right far, right fast! Belay a bless our in! Plow through!
Please shoot.
Nothing can stop us! Grudge thrower! Yes! Yes! Shoot! For the ancestors!
I need my general
We
back.
will have vengeance!
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Now we're cooking. Okay.
Grudge thrower! Understood, Lord! Ready! Killer!
This is bad or inconvenient? Inconvenient. That Lord is garbage. I don't need to worry too much about it. All I had to do was just set up a little bit of a break in my lines to enable it to be fine.
Iron Drake!
As I'll be routing any second, hopefully. Yeah, there you go.
Kill anything without a beard!
Kill anything without a beard, Dowie brethren.
For the vengeance! Die!
Right, I gotta move back in a second. I gotta stop these trolls.
Iron Drakes! Right on!
Is the fact that this has immune to... It's got flammable, so the more shots we get off, the better. I'm gonna move over here. Move over here, move over here. Perfect angle to shoot some trolls. Doesn't matter that bolt throwers are going to attack us for a bit. I just need to shoot the trolls. It's the only threat in the army now. The only threat to my army now is this troll, so a couple volleys should be good. Beautiful. And then what I'm going to do is push my melee infantry up, and then provide a little shield for my Iron Drakes to sit here and shoot into the side here. Let's keep going here.
For mountain and home.
Like I said.
This won't miss fire.
Keep firing. I need them gone. I need them gone. Need them gone. Need them gone. Right, you push up. Middle line push up. Reposition over here. And then we set up a firing arc for me. You get back as well because I don't need to take any casualties. And then we get a firing line again. And then you can get over here. Then you hold the line here to stop anyone getting towards us. And then another beautiful firing arc. And then everything should be routing. We move over here again. I'm looking for another angle. Me just being around here will rout them as well. And then we're going to run towards the archers. What a battle. What a beautiful battle that was. Demonstrating how to leverage the units to the utmost. You'll love to see it, boys. You'll love to see it. I love this Iron Drake unit, by the way. Not bad. Not bad, eh, boys? We'll take that. 2,100 gold value, 888, 2,900, 1,700. 3 unit ranks from that as well. Killed the Mangler Squigs, Trolls, everything that was good in that army is gone now. I don't know if we killed the War Lord as well. So if you guys don't know, fun fact. If you kill a War Lord or unit, the entire War dies because they have no one to follow anymore. So let's see if we did this here. So we'll take a look at the War, and we'll have a look at the unit. I should have checked this before the battle, actually. So it was a big mistake on my end. Big mistake by me. But yeah, the War general is dead. So that entire War is now dead. Alright, can we do it again is the question. Can we do it again is the question. So look at the terrain. It's terrain dependent. Terrain's not as good. Terrain's not anywhere near as good. Don't have Rune of Spite either. Give it a go. His range should have 1 AP damage right now. You've got to remember the base weapon damage as well. But Raziel, I hope you're doing wonderful, man. It's good to see you. You've got to remember base weapon damage is always included. 1 base weapon damage has to be included as well. Alright. So. Yo, Lion, you handsome bugger. How you doing? Thank you so much for the Raven, man. Hope you're doing wonderful. What were you playing, Lion? Let's give you a chat as well. What are you playing? Empire. Oh, dude. The Empire series you're doing looks sick. The Empire series you're doing looks absolutely sick. But welcome in, guys. Welcome in. And Booster, welcome in, guys. Hope all of you do wonderful. I am Lionheart's twin, if you didn't know. I'm his triplet, actually. I'm one of Lionheart's triplets. He is my brother, as I'm sure you can tell by the look. He is my twin. Ignore Darker. Ignore Darker. I'm the real twin. I'm only messing. But Lion, much love to you, man. Hope you're doing well. Always a pleasure. I really do appreciate the raid, dude. It's very, very kind of you. I'm now in a bit of a predicament line, you see. For I am having to murder a lot of these gobos. And the terrain around me is not ideal to do that. Maybe we take the approach around here and funnel them into towards the sides of here. Doesn't sound too bad. Fire and Fury, that is the Dowie way, my friend. I just don't have... I'm not used to having the types of units that I have. Burn them all, that is the objective. But I'm a little bit afraid that they're going to shoot me is all. But no, if you guys don't know who the wonderful Lionheart is, please do go check him out. An incredible strategy content creator and just an overall incredible guy. He has made wonderful content for a very long time and a super cool dude. And you would not regret following him. Typically speaking, I stream a lot later, and Lion streams a lot earlier than me. So if you're an Aussie, you're time zone, you do stuff in the mornings, he's your guy for that, for sure. He is absolutely your guy for the early mornings. Right, now we'll lock in and think. I don't think this is the play because I'm going to get shot a lot. This is actually not terrible at all, actually. I don't hate here, actually. I can take advantage of the terrain there. Plus we can put the elevation here. I think we'd have to be very careful how we position, though. Right, let me run the how we would do that then. So to have someone like maybe here, like here and here, Iron Drake sitting back here, on elevation there. Yeah, I could see that working. Or we take the approach of just maybe having a strong line of defense there and having the Iron Drakes firing out here. That also could work, but we'd have to probably position like this then to allow them to sit around there. I think we might just go for a traditional Dowie box, to be honest. Or we could do it around here. I think water would slow down inventory. Water would slow down inventory, so it could be an angle there. No, we'll give it a go. We've got 4 quarrelers, so we can probably play it out fairly traditionally. So we'll go with the wee bit of a box, because we've got a Thane as well, keep in mind. So I'm going to give them 8 rank deep, so they've got a lot more mass. Actually, no, I can't afford to. I don't have enough units to do that.
Let's start shooting.
Let's start shooting indeed. And thank you for the follow, Osts and Home. But I hope you had a good stream, Lion. Alright, let me think about this one. Oh, actually, interesting question for all the folks that watched Lion today. What is the funniest or most interesting thing Lion did today on his stream? In the campaign, perhaps? In the Empire campaign? So I think I was watching, like, recently, and I know you were playing, it might have been a Friday or something? Or the Thursday? I know you were trying to, like, flank around with the 4 cavalry units, which is always good to watch. In one of the main armies. But Empire is actually a Total War I have hardly played. Right. I think I'm just going to go with a little bit of a Dwarven box situation. I'm a little bit afraid that I'm not going to be able to get too much value. Crawlers at the back, though. There. Here. I'm going to try and leverage my my general as much as possible here. No, this is not too bad. It definitely could be prettier, but we'll leave it like that. I'll eat some hula hoops in the meantime. I guess it'll depend how good the bolt throwers are. I don't think the bolt throwers are going to be that good. Even though they're defined anti-large, I don't think they're going to kill the troll very well. Alright. Let's wait for them and see what happens. So, fun lore fact about Iron Drakes. Iron Drakes, the guys that actually utilize them, they have runes constructed, like embodied into their armor that allows them to withstand the heat. So that is one of the reasons as to why the likes of Ironbreakers have the same ability to do so. So like a normal dwarf warrior would not be able to pick up an Iron Drake's weapon. It's too hot. It would literally burn and scald and melt their hands, basically. But Iron Drakes and Ironbreakers can lift them up because they have the relevant rune associated with picking it up. Which I've always found quite interesting. Because yeah, like a normal dwarf warrior would not be anywhere near, like, resistant towards it. The one thing that I'm interested about is 320 range and 340 range. So I actually do have the range advantage a little bit. What we should probably do is this. Gonna spread my range units out a little bit. We'll have to wait and see how this goes, though. It's really weird that AI... I guess they're doing it so they don't consume fatigue, though. I guess it makes sense. Alright. Show me what you've got. So we managed to win the previous really difficult battle. But this one's going to be harder, as we don't have Rune of Spite. But we do have two really strong melee guys. I don't really... I mean, honestly... I have an answer for every good unit of theirs. The Iron Drakes and the Blasting Charges for the Trolls. Let's make sure they're not firing. Blasting Charges carry the day. They very much could against the Trolls, because it's a fire damage. And Trolls take additional damage to fire, because of regeneration. What I probably will want to do... Oh boy, Biggins. Probably the Biggins. Shoot the Biggins. They've got no shield. I believe bolt throwers can, like, count as that. Like as a normal range weapon. So we want to start shooting the Trolls as well as soon as possible. There is no other way of doing, like, single shots, so... It's not like high elf artillery. I'm a little bit afraid of the, what's it called? Yeah, the Vindictive Glare can be really dangerous. Troll forces are 101 priority? Yeah, 100%. The Trolls have to die ASAP. The Trolls have to die as soon as possible. Like, I don't really care about their Goblin Bolt Thrower, it's not that good. But in fairness, shooting this max range, I'm probably not going to be that accurate anyway. Who are they shooting? Blasting Charges? I'm not that bothered. Right, so let's see how this transpires. So, logically speaking, I'm going to be careful with the flank there, but we have two ranged units prepared for that. I'm starting to think that I should have moved up a little. I should have moved my infantry line a little bit up. That's okay. So I have a lot less luxury than I did in the previous fight because my Iron Drakes are a lot less range. Getting some good damage down though. Good damage on the left side here. Let's shoot the archers. Actually, I'm going to give these guys the permission to fire at will, because I think it makes sense. I don't think a blasting charge to a troll will do that much damage, to be honest. I'm going to run my Thane up now, because I think it's actually going to be a good idea. They did good, Dwarves good? Yeah, they did a really good job with Dwarves. Really nice blasting charge there, to be honest. It's a shame I don't have, what do I call it? I really wish that I had the ability to Iron Drake there. I'm just a little bit afraid they're going to shoot my, my Iron Drake here. I'm going to move my Iron Drake forward here. Just to try and get some good skirmish damage off. I really shouldn't be fast holding as fast as I am here. It'll be a time to move you back. And trying to reposition. Same with you over here. You move position here. Let's get those trolls down, guys. We really need to reposition these units to stop being damaged. Take that situation there. Hopefully we can get the blasting charge off, but I don't think we will be able to.
Yes, Lord.
Try and support the Thane here. Reposition here. Let's avoid all range damage where possible. But ironically, the range damage is going to be the thing that might be the most detrimental to me. And as long as I'm not shooting my Iron Drakes, I don't mind too much.
Fire undimmed. Stock. Warriors. Iron Drake.
Yeah, really nice damage coming out.
Warriors.
Reposition Quarrelers.
Yes, Lord.
Grab in with these. We've like thinned out the line here a little bit. Nice. So if something routes 3 times, they shatter, so I don't have to worry too much about that. Maybe another couple rounds on the trolls on this side. Iron Drakes are coming in clutch though. I'm going to try and move up the position to shoot down the line of ranks as well, which will do a ton of damage. Just going to try and lock in and shoot everything I can that's nearby. For example, if I can consolidate, shoot my Quarrelers into something, it'll be way more effective. Here we go. Nice, we've caught up 2 Goblin Archers as well, it's super useful. Focus fire on the Biggins that we're going to start moving towards my Ironbreakers. I'm actually going to reposition these guys just like this, just so I can get better firing arcs off. So I want to get more of the infantry in a line. I really need to push up and shoot down here before this breaks. I gotta be really goddamn careful. I'm hitting my Lord on the general now. Just scanning the area. Shoot the trolls now. Let's get everyone on the trolls here. It's a must-have, must-kill. It's a must-kill. Should be more than enough damage to make them rout though. I'm not too afraid of the charge. As long as they don't land the charge, they didn't. Good. Reposition, push up on the archers here. Reposition my Iron Drakes here. Focus on these guys. Focus on the Skulkers. Positioning here exactly. Get into position to stop them from firing on me. Firing down the line now. That's GG. That right there is GG, I think. Because the damage we'll be dealing to this is just going to be insane. Look at this. You can't really beat that, can you, lads? That is the level of satisfaction you can't really take. There's not many units that do this. There really isn't that many units in the game that can do this. Iron Drakes can single-handedly turn a fight. For a tier 2 unit, they're crazy. Crazy. Yeah, for tier 2, that's mad. Iron Drake's the best unit in Dwarven roster. They're definitely up there. Got a lot of good kills there, though. I mean, the trolls have such low leadership that we killed them so quickly. I think the bolt throwers did a lot better than I thought as well. Yeah, in fact, saving a legendary was a big change. The Y army should be dead. Let me check on this turn though. Unless they made a change to that. But killing the War leader used to kill the War. Doesn't anymore.
Get out
Interesting.
of here. Stop that.
Unless it wasn't the one that I killed.
Summon me if you dare.
Nice. No, sorry guys. I'm
For the
absolutely
wisdom of
starving.
the layer, as the High King commands.
Oh, if I could have jumped over there, I'd have 100% done it.
By
Yeah.
the grudge bearer's
One
will,
tactic you could do in this situation
time to slay old
is
Drake.
replace this Lord with a Demon Slayer, because Demon Slayers have Siege Attacker.
Let us settle this.
But it would weaken my army too much, so there's no point.
Time for a reckoning. My axe thirsts for war.
It would weaken my army way too much, so it's not worth it. Right. Squeeze out Oath Gold.
The axe thirsts for war.
I honestly think just a normal Lord in here will be fine to defend this.
Summon me if you dare.
It's the garbage garrison anyway.
Send me to vengeance.
Wow, my turn timer
Agree.
lasted a long time. Jesus, I did a lot in that turn.
Retake the realm.
Right, let's put a military building in there because I can start giving them to Ungrim.
Welcome to my throng.
Welcome to my throng, Dowie brother.
Make-
No shaming the ancestors here, Dowie brethren.
As long as Barak Var doesn't die, because I make a lot of money from them. I make a lot of money from them because of trading. Honestly, the Gyrocopters isn't even that good. Just the Longbeards that I really need. Did I do any voice acting? I have done voice acting in Warhammer 3, but only for mods. I haven't done any of the characters yet. I would love to.
Let me think about it.
I would love to be, like, I would sacrifice my firstborn child, maybe not, to be a voice actor as a dwarf in Warhammer 3. I would love nothing more.
Throne bearers.
I think that would bring great amount of joy. As I'm not too bad. I've got a decent dwarf voice, I would say. But I have voice acted certain dwarf in mods and stuff, though. And vampires. So, the fun thing with confederating legendary lords with grudges, it's dependent on the campaign. For me, Ungrim is the best to confederate. Or Thoric, honestly. Either of them works. Depends on who's doing the best out of all of them. I mean, Malachi's always a really good one to confederate, but...
What?
They have made it a lot harder to confederate nowadays, though. Nah. Grombrindle for the support line is not that useful. It is good, but it's not... Like, it doesn't change your economy. It just supports what you have now, whereas confederating the rest of them gives you a really boost to your economy. Because it'll have built up a lot of their settlements. I mean, be honest. 9 times out of 10... Grombrindle's dead, and he has no settlements, let's be honest. Dead ass. 9 times out of 10, that guy's dead.
The High King.
I think we can probably all agree to that. Because we've all experienced
Let
it.
us begin. Ready.
He is not the best general. So I'd rather have, like, actual tangible units and stuff like that. Because you still need to respec him. So respecing him takes 5 turns. Or 3. And you still need to level him up to a point where he can get all the benefits of it as well. So...
The clan demand.
Pyrrhic victory.
To war.
It's honestly very situational, right?
For the wisdom of the layer.
He's a sole survivor. I've never seen that. That's crazy unholy. Oh, sorry, Cookie. I have never seen him survive a single campaign. Which is mad to say, but I generally haven't. We need one more to go into the secondary tree, which will be buffing Longbeards and Ironbreakers. Ungrim. This one, Ungrim's gonna be my first.
For the wisdom of Valea.
Because I'm gonna give him a lot of settlements as well.
Aye.
I'm gonna take all this and give it all to Ungrim, so I can have a really good ally. Because one thing you always got to remember, never expand into a position where you're at war with multiple people. You'll never win that. Always be at war with one front. And by giving a lot of settlements to Ungrim, it'll allow me to fight like that.
What?
Let's get broken here. Upgrade. Wait for the upgrade on that one. But Dwarven economy does get really good, to be fair. I'm going to move over here.
As the High King commands.
And then I'm going to give these units to Thorgrim. Then we'll take Black Crag next turn. We defended this. You come at war with 5 people? Yeah, that's craziness. I'm only at war with what I know I can deal with, generally. Otherwise, my economy gets stretched too thin by recruiting too many units. Which is why I try and avoid fighting too much. I mean, there's no harm in doing it, to be fair. It just means that it's less headaches for me, personally. And I prefer that. It's not your fault. That's fair. Right. Man, I do think that this has gone swimmingly well. Genuinely nothing in this campaign has gone wrong. Which is not a bad situation to be in, is it? Literally nothing went wrong.
Obey me!
I also think I can just play like this and just beat them up.
Let us lead for the clan!
I'm not sure why, but this right here, my favorite suite of all time. Mabam pinballs are so good. Also, let me show you some cool guys. Me, I'm cool. I'm joking. Look at my Squirtles. I've started collecting Squirtles. I'm trying to get more. Your boy is trying to get as many Squirtles as possible. My goal is to get one of every Squirtle. Whether or not I'm going to be able to do that is a different question. But I love Squirtle. He's my favorite Pokemon. Ever since I first started playing Pokemon, he was my first Pokemon I ever played. I'm loyal, you see. He was my first ever starter Pokemon. Love the guy. I've stuck by his side ever since.
It is a reckoning! Move! Moving out! Shield bearers home! Slayers!
I'm actually curious to see how this goes. My all-time favourite as well, my goat right there. That's my goat. I know you're a man of, you're a distinguished gentleman. Alright, what's everyone's favourite Pokemon? Surely everyone has one.
Slayers! Get moving!
I got blue. Nice.
They have wronged us!
Oh, Doug. What's up, Doug? Blaziken is a cool. Blaziken's pretty cool.
For the carrier's anchor!
I'll give you that.
Drag them down! Slayers! Move now! I speak my lord's will! Slayers! Fire!
Cool when it first came
Reload
out. Yeah,
fire!
that's fair. Were you... I feel like this is sort of what happens, like. It's... When I was a kid, we went down the path of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, and, what are they called?
It is a reckoning!
Beyblades. That was the path we all went down. Then when we got older, it was Call of Duty, Halo, and all that kind of stuff. But nowadays, I feel like Warhammer is quite popular.
These urks are worthy!
Like 40k is pretty damn popular these days.
Firepower ready! Victory will be
I don't know if fighters like the League especially is really popular.
Dwarf warriors!
I actually have no idea what like is played in schools and stuff. Like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh is like the go-to for us. You've ever heard Yu-Gi-Oh? Yo, Yu-Gi-Oh is so sick.
This house ready!
I used to love watching the cartoons on a Sunday.
Pick your targets well! Dwarf warriors!
Ooh. I spread my army too thin here. This is a good example of why dwarves are not good.
Slayers! Attack! Castle!
When you spread your army out really wide,
Dwarf warriors!
you can't really utilize why dwarves are good. And that's like consolidating your strength.
Warriors! Kill orcs! Kazoo!
Because we're losing engages because we can't cover them with correlers.
Dwarf warriors! Quarrelers!
That's that. Yeah, it's good to demonstrate it at least.
Vengeance! We will have vengeance!
My lord is absolutely knackered.
Kill them!
Hey, Monster, good to see you, handsome.
Blow through! Kill them! Make them back, Lord!
Also, one thing to say, thank you so much for all the follows today. We've had so many follows today. It's insane.
Dwarf warriors!
You guys are awesome.
Ready to strike! Shoot the wizards! Slayers!
All right. I think in isolation, the lords will really struggle now. I'll never forget. I went to a Beyblade tournament as a kid. I was like 11 years old, 12 years old. I'm kidding. I was 28. No, I'm joking. And the kids whose birthday party it was, their parents bought them a metal Beyblade. And as I'm sure you can imagine, a metal Beyblade versus a load of plastic Beyblades. There's probably a very clear defined winner there. And it was like a great exodus of kids crying and wanting to go home because everyone that went up against him completely smoked them. Because obviously it's a metal Beyblade. And genuinely, I think his metal Beyblade like broke like dead ass 4 or 5 blade blades that day. And it was not good. Meta, and it's all metal. It was all plastic when I was younger. There wasn't that many metal ones. But yeah, it was really bad. There was a guy called Charlie. And he absolutely smoked them. Hey, Countess. Lovely to see you. Pal, good to see you, mate. It's going well, how are you? Impulsive game bounce sooner or later, true. If I were to ask you guys what meta stands for, what do you think meta stands for? It was actually kind of, it's pretty interesting. What do you guys think meta, as in for gaming, like following the meta, means? It's just about work. Need to learn a lot of stuff. Ah. You got it, my man. Pal, if there's anything I know about you, pal, you always succeed. And power through. Just gotta power through it. Most effective tactics available. Yeah, it's that. Exactly that. Meta is basically finding it.
Summon me if you dare. Time for a reckoning.
I think that garrison should be
For
fine.
the wisdom of Valea.
Wow, I can go further force matching, which is quite wild, to be honest.
My axe thirsts for war.
I love that most. I love the sniff of new chatter. I love that amount.
Time for a
Yeah, yellow strike. What's up, dude? Not quite as hard as metal. True.
Aye. Onward. For the wisdom of Valea.
Wait, why did I go in armor? I'm a noob.
Let us begin.
I mean, getting Black Crag is pretty tasty. I'll take that. We always take those. Getting a grudge thrower in the army is probably a good idea then.
Machines and sorcery!
Power and the
I could make Imric stronger, I guess, as well. I mean, in the time frame we've done thus far, we've done a pretty damn good job of expanding. And we've not been at... I think we've lost one battle, maybe? Is it one or a couple? It's a couple. We've lost 2 battles so far. And that was losing Karagdron, I believe.
Summon me if you dare. To war.
It was around losing Karagdron.
My axe
Once we get the grudge thrower, we can have siege attacker though, so we can clear the rest of it.
Aye, am I?
If we can get
For
some
what
trading.
frickery do you
Yeah, we can.
distract me from the defense of acceptable?
2.1k trading is absolutely wild. So where's the long-term trading with somebody like Barakvar? No? Long-term partnership +3, +2, +1. No idea what to play these days? Yeah, I know what you mean, man.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
I'm going to put a military building in this one and trade it off for a bazillion money.
It is time.
It's a shame I've got no one else to go beat up.
Heads in belts.
Can't reach.
The runes are cast.
I'm honestly certain that this is winnable,
The axe thirsts
even with
for
that
war.
army. Because that garrison, that army looks horrendous. I need to find a way of recovering my economy though. It's mainly because of this army here.
Yes.
Costing me an arm and a leg. Getting Katakate Peaks is going to be good though. I'm interested to know when I can actually break the alliance with Clan Moors though.
More things for
8 more turns, wow, long time.
Summon me if you dare. For the wisdom
Yeah, I
of
mean,
the
getting more resources to trade in here is not a terrible idea. Probably should upgrade that. You know what, I tell you, all in all, boys, I'm pretty happy with the position we're in. I wonder if this should be... Because the one thing I am conscious of is that I don't want the stream to be too long for the like a beginner's guide per se. That's a Pyrrhic? Ah, it's not a Pyrrhic. I am pretty happy with how, like I said, how the campaign's gone. It's gone swimmingly thus far. What other factions, guys, would you want to learn about? Someone was giving suggestions of like Chaos Dwarf. Someone said Marathi. I wouldn't mind playing playing a Dark Elf campaign. I mean, Marathi's hella OP. Dark Elves in general are so strong. Vampires, which one? Marathi? Monty, if you would say that though. You love Marathi for reasons outside of gameplay. You don't know that? Monster Chief, I mean, you have said it multiple times. Not to expose you or anything. Case of always frustrating to you, I'm always war on opposite sides of the domain. Yeah. I think the challenge with kids life these days is you are quite literally surrounded by so many people. One of the lowest peak Warhammer Total War. Really, Dreamforge? Nice. Yeah, I mean, most things like how Marathi functioned in Warhammer 2 have been nerfed. Mangler Squigs is so annoying, man.
For mountain and home.
Let's reposition slightly like this. Manfred or Vlad? Okay. Because I'm thinking about playing a Marathi campaign and showing you guys how it's done. What about you guys in the tubers? What are the guys in the tubers thinking? What factions do you guys like? / want to learn more about? Mean both your units are getting flanked? No. You gotta remember, for a unit to be flanked, it has to be behind. They have to be attacked from behind. So that means that both these guys cover each other. Because it'll always be a frontal force. Daniel Realm of Chaos campaign. That sounds torture. I don't think I haven't played a Daniel campaign in ages. Do you guys remember the phase that I went through? I generally played so many Daniel campaigns in a row, it was crazy. Like, I was like a crazed lunatic trying to figure out from Daniel. That was your first win, really? You still don't believe that Daniel Realms of Chaos on hard difficult as possible? Right, you can't be saying that to somebody that does extreme hardest difficulty challenges for a living. I mean, Daniel itself is really strong with Khorne, sorry. With his Khorne approach, he's actually really strong. Realms of Chaos is kind of fun. Yeah, didn't they stop doing Realms of Chaos for all the new DLC though? If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I think they stopped doing. Yeah, they stopped doing it for the new DLC. Why would you play the Pirates campaign, and why would you not play Pirates? Line of sight issues, honestly. I honestly think line of sight issues is literally the bane of Vampire Coast.
Get moving!
Generally, it is the crux and challenge with it.
Let's start shooting!
Like, genuinely, that is the current problem with Vampire Coast, is the fact that the line of sight issues exist.
Take them down!
If they fix a lot of the line of sights, like I said, they'd be fine.
It is an order!
It's just the fact that when you shoot something, and there's like really weird terrain things, like it's so frustrating.
It is a reckoning! Anew! Right far, right fast! Warriors!
Lovely job. I was going to say, Pyrrhic Victory seemed a little bit of a stretch. To me, anyway.
Find your targets!
Get some coral shots. That should kill him before he goes, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, never mind, I'm not close enough. Would be willing to make a first 20 turns Daniel Realms of Chaos guy for like $100? No. I wouldn't know. Because for me, I generally don't make content for money, Rickson. I mean, happy to, like, I will generally get on Discord with you and explain what I would do off stream. I'd happily do that. But yeah, I have a full-time job, so I don't stream for money. And I normally just want to stream the things I find interesting, / will help people. But I feel like that guide would probably that guide would probably be watched by you and me. I don't think many people would want to watch, because it's very niche, right? So when it comes to like making content, sometimes you got to be very careful making it too niche. Like a generalized guide for Daniel, sure. But then when you filter it in just to Realms of Chaos, that means like no one's going to play it. Or no one's going to watch it. Because it's not relevant to the majority of people that will play. Options in Grand... What are my opinions on Grand Cathay? I think Cathay is probably one of the more linear / stronger factions in the game. They're a weaker version of Dwarves. They didn't used to be before the Threads of Decay DLC, but they are a very strong faction nonetheless.
Time for a reckoning.
Like Zhao Ming, great lord. I think Zhao Ming's one of the, like a very good example of a very good lord.
Aye. For the wisdom of Valea. Throne bearers! Red smart!
You at war with them? You are.
Why do the dwarves pester me so? I've had my fill of their stunted forms and baseless pride.
Alright, I'm declaring war on him. I'm that petty.
What? For the Karazhan Corps, we mark another grudge.
I wasn't intending on killing him, but he was goddamn rude.
Send me to vengeance.
So now he's gonna die. You know, sometimes it do be like that.
The High King acts.
Sometimes it just do be like that. If they wasn't rude, I would have kept them alive.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink.
Alright. I'm not sure if you guys do the same.
Ready?
If someone, like, if a character in game says something really, really stupid and annoying, do you also murder them? Or is that just me?
Aye.
That just me, or do you guys do the same? Let me go towards ballistic calibrations, so much better.
An ad. Retake the
Forge fire is
road.
nice for the armor reductions. Melee defense. Same. Yeah. It's like, how dare you come in here and start chatting rubbish to me? I will murder your entire family. Petty murder in Skyrim? How many of you guys have played the Oblivion? How many of y'all have played the new Oblivion remaster? I want to know if it's any good or not.
Sorcerer Inventor, yes,
I'd be interested to know if it's any good.
Time for a reckoning.
How many?
Words.
He has no army left.
One rag. We march.
No, Quick might be able to yoink it all from it. Oh, we can't. Nice.
This is mine.
Nice, that means I can get the province. Cragdron. What's the father? Hey, Moses. And exactly, you're not wrong.
Send me to vengeance.
I think I can get rid of this army now. I don't think I have any threats. But the Thane probably is going to be useful. So what I'll do is I'll move out with you and then respec him. Then I can redeploy him.
For the wisdom of the land.
Losing an Iron Drake rank 6 is sad though, but
Let us begin.
well, first, what as in football, Moses?
Summon me if you dare.
Why do I still have the rest of Rune of Spite on him?
Yes. Onward.
So I'm not a big footy guy anymore. I used to be. I used to play a lot of football when I was younger, but I supported Liverpool when I did because my brother was an Everton fan, and that was quite literally the only reason. That was quite literally the only reason that I supported them, was to annoy my brother.
The High King acts.
There was literally no rhyme or reason outside of that. It was just to annoy my brother. So I supported Liverpool.
Onward.
Liverpool. Right, what I might do then. No reason to like me. Much love, growth. What I could do then is I could get a Marathi one cooking. No, we can reach. That's so annoying because I needed that. I genuinely needed that settlement to complete my province. I didn't think he could reach. That sucks a lot, actually. Hey, GJ, good to see you, handsome. Vampire? Nope, you're gonna die. You are dying today. How's it going? It's going well, man. How are you? Can I reach? No.
Forwards.
I wonder what the odds of him trading it to me is.
Clan Moors is mighty. You are not.
Iron
Impress quick
Rock.
or die.
29. What could I give him instead?
My axe thirsts for war.
Day off here, because Liberation Day you would know what it's like though, so you didn't lose, unlike those losers. I have a bank holiday as well today.
The axe thirsts for war.
Pip Scalper, I'm not using any mods today.
One rag.
This is a no mod run.
Grudge bearers will.
I usually do when I'm trying to do beginner guide-esque stuff.
I agree.
Right, there's literally no corruption here.
Onward.
That's rough for these guys. I suppose probably it'll be the Cursed Dwarf corruption as well, Cursed and Divided corruption as well. I'm thinking going this, and then we're chilling. Our economy's gotten a lot better as well. I'm going to be putting the unique building in here as well. This bad boy right here. I'm going to hold against the undead. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
It is time.
We now got Warriors Guild. Wow, unit experience plus 20 for a thingy is pretty nice. It is half tempting to go into this and this though. What's day good? I actually don't know what the day off today was. It's just a bank holiday. I'm not sure why it is, but yeah. Oh my god, Queek, my dude. I think I'm going to fight Queek, aren't I? Where the hell did Tretch get that army from, by the way? Oh my god, I should have made peace with him when I had the chance. My begrudging self is fighting the vampires because it annoyed me so much. It's not my fault, you see. I don't think with him having a full army he'd want peace anyway.
You dare come approach Clan Rictus, most powerful of all clans, not lying.
Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts.
I mean, if he did take it, technically I could probably get close enough to defend it. I don't know what he's recruited, that's the problem.
To war.
If I knew what he recruited, I might be able to defend it. Alright. Good question. It depends if I want to go to the approach of killing the vampires or just going to defend Tretch. How many settlements are we on to now? 16 settlements is not bad. I guess we did Caracazal Confederation, so I think we've had probably like 20 or so. Huh, 16. Wait, do they do confederations no longer count? Because we had Spike Peak, didn't we? I wonder if they've made it so confederations don't count towards the victory conditions anymore.
To war.
Oh my god, Queek's got some good armies here. Yeah, Queek's armies are pretty damn good, man.
I not wait through scat.
Yes.
Right. Would that mean military alliances won't get it either? Sorry, what, Smodgy? Also, good to see you, handsome. Hope you're doing well. For what, sorry? Like, honestly, blew that out of the brain.
What?
Oh, is in military, getting a military alliance for the victory condition? No, I don't think it would count. Generally, military alliances don't count. Vassals might, but military alliances probably wouldn't. Because I know with certain factions you can vassalize another and it'll complete your commandery, especially with Warriors of Chaos. You can vassalize stuff to get warriors to get settlements. Right. Let us lads, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna jump over and play some Warcraft 3. So Turin was kind enough to invite me to a tournament, and I need to practice. So that'll be the end of the Total War for today. On the YouTube guys, much love to all the YouTube guys. We're going to be going over to Twitch and playing Warcraft 3. So if you guys are not interested in Warcraft 3 gameplay, by all means, do make sure to check out other creators. I'm sure there's tons of amazing people on right now. Thanks for watching on the YouTubes. On Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to be doing some Warcraft 3 and practicing for Tauren's tournament.